So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of the Great War, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storm. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Quigley. Hello, Pharaxial. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Burning Sock. Hello, Big Jerry. I saw you first in the YouTube chat, Big Jerry. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Toady Dehaka. Hello. How we doing, Latzia? Happy birthday. Hello, Eli the human, more likely. Hello, and I'm relatively new to Jack's content, but my partner's been a fan for a while. Jack's voice and perspective has been very
Elephants
comforting
don't
and
have
affirming.
scrotums.
Hell yeah. What? What a juxtaposition. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sam Moose, and for being the first person to support stream. I really appreciate that, though I guess it leaves me with some questions about elephants that I didn't think I'd be having. Hello, IBAN Underground. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello. I saw an auto-tuned song of Gnome talking about the Dow. Yeah, that was Shmyoho. Old hands at doing that kind of thing. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Cross Crescent Creed. Hello, Maddie B. Hello, Zephus. Hello, Aurora Emerald Bullfrog. Hello, Seabass in AK. Supposedly, ICE kept the 2 minor children in a hotel with an ICE agent until they deported them. Yeah, it's unfortunately growing more common that ICE
Going to
agents are
bed
bringing
now, but
children
wanted to
to
share
their
this clip of
hotel
the Les
rooms.
Wexner thing. You can just skip to the end.
What is this? Oh yeah, no, I got this. Don't you worry. I got that. I got that already on the docket. I even have like this exact. Was it this exact clip? I think it's the exact same clip that I have. Hell yeah. Cool stuff. Not Smirt, thank you for the $15 dono. Very much appreciated. Hell yes. Whoo! Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hope you're feeling better. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Ava Nemini. Hello, German Cow JJ. Oh, how we've missed you as well. Hello, Berserk Jazerk. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Jetmend. The party of Protect the Children is literally attacking children. It's insane. They have almost 4,000 children in the Texas Dilley Detention Center alone. Just as an FYI. Like they are literally torturing children as we speak. Yeah, there was a like a sophomore in high school girl who was abducted by ICE agents here in the Twin Cities area, and they took her back to share a hotel room with ICE agents. It's just horrifyingly lawless. Just absolutely disgusting. Nine-tailed witch, hi Jack. I seem to be on track to becoming a train operator. Oh hell yeah. Was not expecting the potential railroading into what is supposed to be a coveted position, but I will never be able to quit. Lol. I don't know if you're doing a pun or not, but thank you for that information. Best of luck. I think if that's what you want for yourself, you know. Hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, ICE was trying to say, no, it's totally okay that this sophomore high schooler was forced to share a room with ICE agents because that sophomore was a lady and the ICE agents were ladies. So it's totally cool. And like, no, it's not totally cool actually. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, Von 400. Hello, Cliff. Hello. What do you think about Andrew getting arrested? We'll talk about it. Aren't a lot of ICE agents proud boys who are known for sexual abuse? You know, it does kind of seem like that, yeah. Hello, Hoi Polloi. Hello, Gamerg. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, how we doing? Hit the mat. Hello, Small Frog. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. I might have said hello to you twice. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, everybody. Come on in, come on in. Gather around the content fire. Hello, Alyssa Love Festival DJ. Hello from Kansas City, Missouri. Hell yeah. Hello, T-Leif. You're having water and saltines for dinner? Oof. Oof. That's not great. Just a reminder, if you are to the level of needing saltines and water for dinner, just please remember you can post in the mutual aid part of the Discord, and folks will get you some meals, you know? Oh no, former Prince Andrew got arrested on his birthday? You mean they arrested a literal birthday boy? I thought that was illegal. Hello, Kara Calico. All right, you guys ready to jump into a show today? You guys all prepped and ready to go? Saw a brief glimpse of your last regular stream of reacting to another mediocre pickup artist with his bad takes. Well, to be clear, Patrick Bet-David is not a pickup artist. He actually has a fairly large and influential conservative show called The Patrick Bet-David Show. And we've frequently done reacts to that because his political takes are abhorrent. But it was fun to make fun of him for also, his terrible pickup artist advice. Hello, Silent. I can see you. Let's see. There we go. I updated my camera software, so visually, am I all right to you guys? Am I about the same as I was yesterday? I updated the software, and it always gets in my head that maybe it all looks different for you guys.
Since my last message was saying something you already planned to, might I recommend the song, We All Lift Together, from Warframe?
I'll allow it. We All Lift Together, Warframe. Warframe seems cool.
Sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are, making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we know the air and water flowing hard, the land we call our home, push to keep the dark from coming, feel the weight of what we owe, this the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we
That's super cool. It's also it's really awesome to like suddenly like tune into something that's clearly been building for a long time. Like I have no idea about anything regarding the lore of Warframe. I just get little like snips and glances at what's happening in it, and I think it's pretty neat. But I have genuinely no idea. God. But can I get her to listen to Neighborhood Kids? What is Neighborhood Kids? Also, yeah, super cool. I like it. For context, these people are from Fortuna, basically a serf colony on Venus, and exist in a permanent state of indentured servitude. Part of their missions involves helping a resistance cell fight back. That sounds cool as hell. Lit. Are you loving the cat music in Mugenics? Oh fuck yeah, I am. Mugenics is so good. it's like the fundamental gameplay loop of Mugenics is hilariously satisfying. What is this?
Burn the system down and start a fire.
Wait,
Marching
I
down the
have
streets
listened
and
to
you
this.
invited.
This is Damage. I know this. I've listened to Damage.
Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united. Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the streets and you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united.
Then I defend the post, I just might dispose of these CEOs. They just gotta go eating the rich cause we dying of hunger pain. Swear that we living inside of the Hunger Games. This a monopoly playing a money game. You wanna wipe it, get fence on a sunny day, huh? Your favorite rapper probably went to Diddy parties, It's decided we don't side with any parties, no. Republican, Democrat, this be the death of that. It's time to settle that. Molotov in my hand, make them all scared again. Collective consciousness, it's time to rise again. Rich in the Zionists, this is the final and end in the IOFN and the Zionists. You a lion in bed with liars and straight supplying with guns and violence. It's no surprise that we reach the lions, then light the fire, then we can rise again. They keep provoking our freedom. Under the rubble we breathing. The people that gave me a reason, I will not stop till I free them. See the signs, they feed us lies and redefine where freedom lies. We need to rise, we can't comply with genocide. These greedy minds will suit and ties will meet the minds. Better watch your back because the people had enough. People been sleeping, now it's time to wake them all up.
Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the streets and you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united.
Dope as hell.
Things first, free Gaza. I need Elon's body dropping. I need TNT in Congress. I need Luigi in my roster. Getting janitorial. Got no street sweeper. Big fan of dead leaders. VIP meet and greet 'em. Treat any money mo. How I treat my CEO like Bird. But all I can see now. Just the other day I was scrolling on my phone though. Trying to cope with the notion that I'm culpable. Saw the trolley pound at the POTUS with a locomotive. Band together first, then focus on your locomotive. 756. Really, it's a low total. Come get in the mix. Teach you how to toe the pole. Walking with a stick. Hits up from a stone's throw. Since you love big tech, got forward. Hit a 187 on a piggy if you want to make a difference. SpaceX ain't the only ones with a mission. My team got the rockets out and used to try to catch them all. Trying to decimate the deficit down to the very last decimal. Look, I don't know how to balance a budget, but I know how to take every last ounce of blood out of your stomach. I feel like Neo will play with me. I ain't the one that said I am the sun. Blinded by rage, got bell on the side of my gun. Defiant, denying, defund. Fine with the timing, compliant. I'm not the pious, go try me. I'm lighting them up. Say, give me the mic. I am live from the mud. What they may say, it's time to what the kids say, it's time to jump.
Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the streets and you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united. Burn the system down and
Hell yeah. What on earth have I walked into? We're experiencing new music together. It's not exactly my thing, but I appreciate the spirit, you know? Yeah, it's got its own hella vibe. All right. You guys ready to jump into content? I feel like my camera's a little bit off. There we go. You guys ready for content? Also, just as an FYI, if we get 11 more subs, I'll let my hair down. There you go. I don't know, it's an incentive. Let's just vibe forever? Nah, no vibes. I do want to say, just real quick before we get started, I saw this making the rounds, which is a new part of the Stand with Minnesota initiative, which has basically just been a set of different things folks can donate to in order to help people in and around Minnesota to, you know, afford food and stay housed, etc. As you can tell, this page is Keep Minnesota Housed. And one of the really cool things that was launched today was a matching fund for rent relief and eviction prevention. It's being done with the Wilson Foundation, and they're matching up to $1.5 million. And I thought one of the things we could do in the future.
No content. Argue with chat, play games, watch random videos only.
God, I would love that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But we are gonna do content today, and I do appreciate the subs. If we do get through enough, maybe I'll play some video games. Who knows? But what we're gonna be talking about here is I have been trying to think of a way I can do a stream benefiting folks in Minnesota in a way that would be meaningful and a way that would help people, you know? And so one of the things that I'm thinking of is perhaps doing a stream where all of the proceeds that are sent my way during the stream, all the subs, donos, etc., I would then donate to this matching fund. And so I'm wondering if you guys would be comfortable with that. I haven't ever done a stream where there's not like a widget that is directly tied in with an organization, and like you guys can track your progress on that widget or website. You know, I haven't done that. I want to know if you guys would be comfortable if we did
11
that.
right? Do I need to dig out my elephant info?
Nah, you got it, Salmon Moose. Thank you for the 6 tier 1 subs, one-upping Sake Tanuki. Oof. What was better, Showbiz or Chuck E. Cheese? Showbiz. Is it okay to ask if you've seen? I've seen a bit of Gachi Akuta, but I haven't watched haven't sat down and watched it. I've just heard good things. I've been watching Run with the Wind. Also, hello. My hair is now down. Hey, Paladin. What is this way to view the stream? I don't understand the question. Okay, I haven't gotten an answer from any of you. Are you guys comfortable if you guys if we do a charity stream, but like I'm like like on kind of an honor system, you guys donate to me and I donate whatever you guys send my way for that stream to the charity? It cool? I'm fine. Yes. Cool. I'll post the receipt afterwards. Assuming that we get the receipt. Maybe I'll screenshot the donation somehow. Yes, do a benefit. People don't know ICE is still here. They don't. Media, like, you can see the media interest just fall off a fucking cliff as soon as the Trump administration said, we promise we're not gonna still be there. And then, like, of course, like, absolute dipshits, the mainstream media believed them. God, okay, I just to rage slightly, Amy Klobuchar is like, hey everyone, come come stay at our wonderful hotels and shop at our small businesses. Everything's fine now. And it's like, Jesus Christ, no it's not, Amy. What are you doing? Like Klobuchar, they're still here. God. I've heard rent strike on March 1st. Is that true? I haven't heard anything about it. You can't let your hair down, then ask a question expecting answers. True. Sorry, banana brains. Okay. That's gonna be rough when you do your taxes, though. Eh. Stream the donation. I don't know that I want to do that. You know, I feel like I am going to accidentally click something and show my like my info. I don't want to do that. Let's see. Donations through super chats. Yeah, like what the system would be like if you're on Twitch or you're on YouTube or you're on riverboat.gg, anything you send my way would then go to the charity.
The fact that there's video evidence of Gnome and Miller dancing to a live performance of Ice Ice Baby with a very confused Michelangelo on stage confounds me.
Yeah, that is one of those moments where it feels like reality is collapsing in on itself, Sake Tanuki. You know, maybe what we could do instead really ought to reconsider if the stream pops off for whatever reason, that's going to be a huge tax hit. That's actually a really good point. So maybe the thing that I would say, because I am just honestly thinking out loud, right? So if you go and make a donation, right, like it's through this page, the Wilson Foundation, etc., right? Like you go through this process. I'm assuming, and I'm going to test this, but I assume that when you get to the end of it, it gives you like a receipt. Maybe how we would do it is that you guys send me receipts or post your receipts in the Discord or something like that, so that we can tally up how much has been donated. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Maybe we'll have a mod chat. Maybe do what Dead Domain did and have the charity link pinned in all the chats, encourage people to donate there instead of to you. Yeah, but I feel like sometimes, like, one, I want to be able to be like, fuck yeah, we're doing it. I want to be able to have like the idea of, not idea, but I want to have like this idea of momentum and to be able to track how it's going, you know? Um we don't need Google and Amazon taking cuts anyway. True, Addercop. We can have goals for Peepo art. If you do it on a Friday your time, I'll help admin that. I could do that. Yeah, maybe, you know, a Rider M, I guess I tend to assume that folks aren't going to, like, cater to my stream, but I guess in this case it would be worthwhile to reach out. I'm not the tiniest streamer. I might be one of the largest streamers in Minnesota. I don't know. So, yeah, maybe maybe they'll have something they can set up for like a YouTube charity, or like wire it through Tiltify or something like that. Which would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be extraordinarily cool. So I will do that, and I'll discuss it amongst the mods. But this is exactly why I wanted to ask you guys. You guys have great ideas. I know when my friends have done charity streams, the links for all their donos are directly linked to the charity instead of their personal pages. Well, that's the problem isn't the problem that I have isn't linking to the charity. It's that I then have no idea how much our stream raised. Does that make sense? I want to make sure we can, like, you know, make this happen in a way where, like, I can celebrate you guys, you know, putting together an awesome showing for the charity, you know? You are probably the largest redhead socialist trans streamer from Minnesota. That's true. That's true. I dominate in that category. Okay. Hi, Dragonfly. Forlorn79, I do like your idea of incorporating Dugadoo as a as like a insane reward slash punishment. I don't know. I like it. Dugadoo amen break only? I don't know what that means. Yeah, Cassers, I used to work for Extra Life and Children's Miracle Network hospitals. So like I know that people can do this. I just don't know anything about the Wilson Foundation other than they're good eggs that are trying to keep people housed in Minneapolis. Have you looked up at setting a 401c3 for it? No, because donations are already going to a 401c3. Jazz Dog, I'm pretty sure it was a drive link. I don't know. We'll dig it up. Isn't it a 501c3? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know taxes. Who is Dugadoo? That's very easy to answer. It's from Doctor Who. So it's like a Pokemon? I kind of, except it's a sentient alien species. That's just what their music sounds like. I'm pretty sure it won the singing the galactic singing contest.
Fans do such good labors of love.
Well, tell me more. What is this? Mega Man X Regenesis. Oh, hell yeah. I love Mega Man X. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, I will say, one of the games that I want to play during the charity stream is the Banjo-Kazooie recompiled mod. I think that would be really, really fun. Good. There's an axolotl one? Aw, hell yeah. Firefox. Bog Snapper. That was so cool. It's true, I didn't say so, folks, yet until just now. Wait, it's coming this summer? Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what? Is this a remake? No! Lady Wrinkcloud, someone made a fully fledged new Mega Man X game. That's so cool. That was so cool.
Donoing because my pockets have grown heavy since I haven't been here all week. Also, I am about to do another 60+ volume of manga order and I need balance.
Holy shit. What are your top 3 that you're ordering, Lily Love Stuff, if you don't mind sharing? And thank you for the $20 dono. That's so cool. Anyway, here's the link here, so you guys can watch this on your own time. There you go. There you go. Did you hear about Manga Dex being shut down? I did, yeah. Howdy, howdy, Selena Mary. Hello, Knight of Ticking Armor. All right, you guys ready for some content? Now that we have talked a little bit about the first order of business, we can jump into the content. Let's do this. Mr. Pibb, thank you for the $2 super chat. Right. Okay. You know what? We need a different soundtrack for this. But real quick, let me find something suitable. Let's use... Oh, I know. Here we go. This'll do. This'll do. All right. So, folks, we got to talk a little bit about this video. Like, not even just about this video. Like, what the hell is RFK Jr. doing? Like, what? Genuine question. Is he making America healthy again? Because number one, I just read a story about Donald Trump pushing to, like, massively boost the amount of cancer-causing pesticides used on American crops. So I'm not entirely sure that the Make America Healthy thing is actually going on at all. But let's just take a look at this video that I cannot believe is real. This is RFK Jr. and Kid Rock working out together, and it is a whole thing. Like a whole weird thing. And it has other music laid over it, but I'm going to replace it with the Alex Jones rant as an indie folk song. I think you guys will still get the idea here. From Nick Lutzko, by the way. Folks should check out Nick Lutzko's stuff. Very funny. Let's go.
Systems, the company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're one giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum.
They're really bad at working out.
Literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
Why?
Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. Ooh. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet.
That's true. Muslims are good and sweet and wonderful. This is like a genre, it really is. But yeah, no, that Kid Rock video you guys just watched, this whole thing where they're working out poorly, that was an official HHS video. This is an official communique from the federal government. And I just want to point something out here, okay? Like, let's go over here. You know? Okay. They're pumping iron. All right. If this is how you work out, you're doing it wrong. Okay? They're doing it too fast. You gotta do it slow and focus on the form. If you're just doing it fast, it's not going to do much for you. You gotta focus on slow and form. Also, again, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is just an absolute freak. Like, what are you doing, man? You're wearing jeans in a sauna on an exercise bike. What is your issue? What hurt you? Like genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why is there a bike in the sauna? It's just the way Kid Rock likes it. Oh hell yeah. You just get into that ice bath in your fucking jeans. What a cretin. Yeah, RFK Jr.'s big fetish must clearly be obscene amounts of chafing. Oh ho ho, look at you not wearing denim. And they play some pickleball. Okay, he gets into the pool in jeans. It's very weird. It's very weird. But this is the weirdest part. Why would you do a whole workout in jeans, dive into a pool, and then drink whole milk? And God, I hope this isn't a hot tub. God, I hope that this isn't a hot tub. Because if it is, I can think of genuinely nothing more disgusting to me than drinking whole milk, as Nelson JD in chat says, likely raw whole milk, in a hot tub. This sounds like a scene from a Will Ferrell comedy that would have been accused of going a little bit over the top. That's not milk. God, it's so gross. Oh, God. I can't. It's so disgusting. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It has the vibe of someone who made a, like, do you guys know, like, when, like, if you go to a porn site and you find, like, a particularly long one, and there's, like, a story at the beginning,
Curdle whole milk in a hot tub.
Yeah, you're curdling your own milk. Oh, God. Oh, God. Mm-mm. This just feels like somebody cut the story part out of a pornography and in an effort to try and put it on YouTube. That's
but Jack,
what this
it's so
seems
good.
like to me.
It curdles as it goes down the esophagus.
Oh, God. It's just so gross. It's so fucking gross.
Or man milk in a hot tub.
A particularly long pornography, a pornographic film, really much like an AI video. It's not an AI video. I promise you, these two men are more than willing and able to embarrass themselves without the use of AI. I mean, let's not forget, Kid Rock's main claim to fame is writing the song for Osmosis Jones, in which he talks about how being how some call it statutory, he calls it mandatory. So I think maybe they're capable of just shitting themselves all on their own. Was it good pornography? No, clearly not. Throwing up milk is the worst, bro. Yeah, especially warm, hot milk. Goes down his milk, comes up as farmer's cheese. Oh, fuck, that's nasty. Gross. What repression does to a motherfucker? No kidding. God. I just had to curdle milk for homemade buttermilk and I don't like this. Well, I bet your buttermilk is great. Not gonna lie, it was kind of hot. No, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. He's like 80 years old. Why would you make us hear that with our very own ears? I mean, look, at this point, I don't even know exactly which part you're referring to of what all is transpiring here. Just anyway, RFK Jr. is having a bit of a weird week. I'm not gonna play the entire podcast, but he went on a show and with his whole chest said this.
And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats. And I know this disease will kill me. Right. Like if I don't. And I
it's a really good sign when your HHS secretary talks about not being afraid of a little germ because he was busy snorting cocaine off of toilet seats. Just
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
I just I don't understand our current timeline. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, what possesses you as the Health and Human Services Secretary to go out into the world and talk about how you're not afraid of germs because you were snorting coke off of toilet seats? I don't get it. You were snorting your drugs off of the pee-pee poo-poo seats? Why would you do that? Why would you go into a public restroom and snort drugs off of the toilet seat? You're RFK Jr. You're a Kennedy. God damn it. What the hell? Holy shit. All of his ancestors simultaneously turning over in their graves. Why do that? Who does that when a perfectly good ass will do? Exactly. But also, like, you're the head of HHS. You should be afraid of germs. You should be aware that germs can kill you and can in turn kill others through you. That should be a key component of the job. Oh, God. Anyway, I'm really glad that the people tasked with keeping Americans' public health safe and secure are, doing the things that really count in the war to keep America healthy, like making shitty workout videos with Kid Rock and talking about doing coke off of toilet seats and how germs aren't that big of a deal. Learn to love leeches, folks. Learn to love miasma theory, folks. Learn to embrace the imbalance of your four humors. All right? God, I just if you're a MAGA person, like, I don't understand how you watch this and you're like, yeah, no, this all checks out. This is exactly what I want from the people tasked with keeping 300 million people healthy. Yeah, the working out with Kid Rock, that'll move the needle. You know, all the kids these days with their Skibbity Riz Ohio and their various Pokemans. Yeah, I'm sure they all vibe with Kid Rock, beloved musician that they all know and love. Like, come on. You even if you're MAGA, you have to acknowledge kids do not give a shit about Kid Rock. They don't. Like, I just don't understand how you rationalize it, I guess. It's crazy. God, everything is so stupid and evil right now. It really does feel like we've hit like a point of overwhelming stupid evil at the moment, and it's difficult. Kid Rock does have a song called Bawitaba that's pretty close to Skibbity. I hate that I know that now. Can you incept my mind into not knowing that information? But I want to kiss my fish, snort my coke, drink my curdled milk. The top 3 things that will keep you healthy in America. Oh, God. Anyone got a Phoenix down? I'm feeling rough from watching this video from RFG. Indeed, Danger Vince. Thank you for the 100 bits. We've hit the stupid singularity. We're getting close. I do hesitate to say we've made it to the center of the singularity here, because inevitably it's gonna get stupider. Jack, do you think anti-intellectualism is winning? No, I actually think that what is happening right now is a spasm that is... it's a death spasm. I think that their movement is running out of gas. They all know it. And they're just doing whatever the hell they feel like. And, trying to cover their own asses. Like, I think that they are in the process of just, like, collapsing in on themselves. Yes, an extinction burst event. Yeah. Is that a move from Dragon Ball Z? It should be if it's not. Alright, with all that being said, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. What do you think? Is RFK Jr. keeping you safe by not being afraid of the germs on toilet seats? Oh god, I just realized that RFK Jr. is probably the kind of guy who doesn't wash his hands. Oh no. Oh, he's probably walked out of so many public restrooms without washing his hands. Oh, it's so gross. That's so gross. Ugh. Disgusting. Anyway, also, join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Let's get organized, folks. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help organizing your local DSA. Let's do it. We can make the world better together. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. You can find a link down in the doobly-doo. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. New styles, colors, and sizes coming in the near future. Please do check it out. We got some cool stuff coming, but right now the base styles are comfy as hell. I'm wearing some right now. And with that being said, let's keep on going. Woo! Dude, I can't with RFK Jr. Man, I can't do it.
Camp in
Ah. Also, okay, I just want to play this. Real quick. What you currently reading? Gideon the Ninth. Dive into our next segment here, shall we? So, folks, let's talk a little bit about fraternities and how, they're an excellent way to network going forward in the future, but also fraternity culture in America is deeply fucked up. And, well, they have now officially released some police body camera footage of a police responding to a fire alarm at a fraternity at the University of Iowa about 2 years ago. And, well, this is what they found when they went into the basement.
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? Anyone? Because you got to see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
Yeah, I'm just gonna play that component there. They had about 50. Is this real? Yes. They had 59 frat guys in that basement. When police initially arrived, many of them were blindfolded and also covered in yellow unidentified liquid, brown unidentified liquid, and white unidentified liquid. And all of them refused to talk to the police. All of them refused to talk to the police. And it's worth noting that in Iowa, hazing is actually illegal, as well as, you know, the university's policy is that it's illegal as well. And essentially, the fallout from this has been no one really got in trouble for it. Like, one guy got arrested and charged with, obstructing an investigation, but those charges were eventually dropped. And I just got nothing. It's weird as hell, is what it is. Like, I mean,
I've already given multiple commands to clear the room and get out of here, but no one's moving. Apparently they're taking this pretty serious.
Yeah, I guess.
You in charge?
You said...
Still haven't found out who's in charge?
Might want to ask our house dad.
Where's he at?
Summit. Working at Summit.
Summit, that's cool.
So, you have
obviously,
coming here?
yeah, lieutenant's coming.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Definitely figure out why you wouldn't let me pass you initially.
Questionable.
Yeah.
I get it.
I would probably be calling your house dad or whoever to get him here, since ultimately
Wish I could.
he's probably in charge, right? Unless someone else is in charge.
A lot of I don't have his number, so.
Yeah.
Which probably should get that. Yeah. Do you guys know how the fire alarm got set off? Or is it just from? It's manual. Goes off.
So it's this one, the hallway here. How it got set off, I'm not sure.
I don't think it was down here. It's upstairs.
I can tell you.
No, there was 15, 20 people down in your basement. Come on. It's not that dumb. It's fine.
I'm getting a little frustrated that no one's telling me who's in charge of what's going on right
I can
here.
help you out, but I'm not in charge. I'd like to help you, but I'm not in charge. Yeah, I mean, we asked you to call your house dad, and you said, I don't have his working. Like,
I mean, like, it's a whole lot of talking with these guys. Well, I want you all to keep in mind, in the other room, there are just like 50 dudes standing around. It's real fucking weird. Like,
Guys,
it's just water.
just water? What's on that dude's tie?
I'm not sure if some are.
You? Come here.
Serena. Does it look like it's...
Nope, you're gonna stand right over there.
Why?
Because I'm telling you to.
It's my house.
It's your house. You're responsible for everything that happened today. So, okay. Tuck in right there. Get up against the wall. Come over here. You're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna stand with your buddy over here. Milliken. Take these two, ask them questions about what's going on their arms.
Again, no lights are on. They're all standing in pitch black. As cops are just trying to figure out what the hell this even is. Frog voice from Screaming at the Pledges. Yeah, I mean, the guy that just walked past, it looks like he has a bruise, or what's going to bruise, on his chest. Is it poo? I mean, I would guess that they're covered in piss, shit, and cum. Okay? Like, if I had to just throw out some guesses, that's what I would guess. And, like, I just want to point out, looks really culty. Well, that's part of it, right? Like, what I wanted to talk about is the fact that a lot of these guys get bonded by the hazing ritual, right? Like, they all view it as an integral part of entering into this culture, right? Why don't they just join the military? Because at least, you know, this way they won't get killed, and then they have like a great networking circle for life. But like, what's happening here is more than that, and I think that also this is similar to what happens at like elite level institutions, you know? Like Princeton has frats, you know, all of the Ivy Leagues have frats. And when we talk about universities and student culture and stuff like that, like frats kind of exist outside of that. And part of why they do this is so that everyone is kind of bonded by some kind of secret, you know? I was in a cult, not proud, and this is classic initiation testing. Exactly. Exactly. Right? You give them all a secret that they then all feel compelled to share. They feel special being in on the secret. They are able then to, like, you know, call upon each other, and they know that they have loyalty amongst one another. And I just wanted to point out that what you see happening here in a frat house at the University of Iowa, a frat, by the way, that's been suspended for 4 years, but like, that's not, that really does not seem like a punishment exactly, you know? But what it gets you to is stuff like Epstein, right? Epstein's circle. And what ends up happening is that when you enter into one of these fraternities and they haze you, you undergo this ritual and you learn it, and you learn how to replicate it, you know? You participate in it, and then you are expected to do it again to initiate others, right? And when those kids, adults, young adults, grow up to be older adults out in the world, they then replicate that amongst their adult peers. And it's exactly why and how you get circles of silence, like around what Epstein was doing. You know, you're all just part of the same boys club. You're all just part of the same, you know, ritual club. And it has nothing to do with like Satan. It has nothing to do with like any actual mystical bond. It is entirely a psychological bond. And so, yeah, you're all in this with me now. Exactly. And that's how Epstein seems like he operated, you know? He would bring people in who thought his connections would be useful, and then he would initiate them into his circle. And like, whether you were cool with the whole child sex trafficking thing he had going on or not, you were still in that circle, you know? Like, it's part of the reason why I'm not terribly surprised folks like oh, what's his name? Noam Chomsky has precious little to say about Epstein, despite having correspondence with him, despite reaching out to counsel him through his hard time of being outed as a known child sex trafficker. You know? Like, these people all went to these elite institutions. They were all initiated into similar social groups. They learned the same type of rule that you can use to trap other men into essentially an arrangement with you. Do you think one of the initiate's girlfriends called the cops? No, the cops were brought there by like a fire alarm. I'm guessing one of the initiates pulled the fire alarm because some fucked up shit was happening. It's just really weird, and like it continues to be weird. There's like 16 minutes of this.
What?
Okay, sweet.
Just weird as hell.
Okay, you two. The reason I pulled you guys aside. We're here for public safety at this point. What's on your arms?
Oh. Just
Where are you guys going now? $127. Can I get you back down here? What's on your neck?
I don't know. I can't see.
That looks like blood, is it? Shining your light. Is it blood?
That's what I'm asking.
Want to taste it?
No.
Okay.
Do you see why we're here? Why we're asking questions?
I don't know.
It's really fucking weird. But this is the kind of thing where all these guys got together, and whether or not they were completely on board with this, they were all staying silent about it, because they all believe if they speak up about it, everyone's getting in trouble. Why does dude sound like a horse kicked him in the throat? Probably because he was just spending the last several hours screaming at these guys. Something went No, it's not something went down that throat. That guy was screaming. He's hoarse from screaming at them. Yeah, he's the drill instructor of the Haze. And, like, this is absurdly common, not just in frats, but in a lot of different types of masculine gatherings, because it's a shortcut to bonding. Rather than, like, actually bonding on shared interest, trauma is used to bond people. And collective implication is used to bond people. You know? Anything but go to therapy? Yeah, anything but go to therapy and honestly communicate your emotions. Yeah. Probably. No, I've already told you guys what happened. Someone pulled the fire alarm and the police responded. Hazing rituals are also a psychological thing, breaking down the person's psyche. Yeah. You break them down, and then you rebuild them, bonded together. You know? It is absolutely crazy. You guys can watch the whole thing on your own time if you'd like. Here's the link to it. But, like, I feel like I gave you all of the important bits here. It's just, there is, like, a certain psychopathy to being like, is that blood? Do you want to taste it to find out? Like, that's fucking crazy shit to say to a cop. But, like, Epstein just did it with some of the richest and most powerful people on the planet. But stuff like this happens outside of the Epstein class. You know, this type of dynamic is not limited just to the rich and the famous. You know, these guys go out and become middle management. They go out and become, you know, small entrepreneurs, etc. They're out there, and they've learned this lesson about abuse, about trauma bonding, etc. And, like, it's worth noting that this is essentially one of the reasons why we have to be outspoken against patriarchy. We have to be outspoken against the systemic way that these types of essentially male trauma rituals are enacted. It damages not just the men who participate, but everyone else in society as a result. Because these men then go out in the world, they try and date, they try and have families, and, like, this fucks up their brains. Does the school plan to investigate? The school suspended the frat for 4 years from operation, but, like, that, you know, frankly, this should be grounds for permanent dismissal of the frat. Like, there's no upside here. But, yeah, I don't know. I genuinely, I'm just kind of like, this is deeply weird. We need to talk more about this stuff, because this inevitably has terrible effects on all of us, you know? It's not just deeply weird, it is emblematic of a deep rot in our society. Anyway, let me know what you think in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also get organized, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Let's get organized so we can make our communities better places. And maybe if we make our communities better enough, we won't have groups of people traumatizing one another like this. There you have it, folks. Oof.
The workers are getting agitated at my job.
In a good way or a bad way? I feel like getting agitated could be good if they're agitating for a union. Or it could be agitated in a bad way. I need more details. Also, Super Dark Shadow Andy, thank you for the $20 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. I am making it good? Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. Thank you for your hard work, Super Dark Shadow Andy. My dad used to punish me with humiliation tactics like those. I'll never forget. Yeah, it's fucking abuse. Destructive. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Why do frats exist? As business networking, unironically. It's to serve capital. My buttermilk was great, and the cornbread I made with it slapped hard. Oh, hell yeah, faulty soup. Also, just want to say, real quick, click the goddamn button. If you haven't, hit the like button. We have a song that lets you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Cannot click the butt, for I've already clicked the butt. Mr. Malachite ahead of the game. Also, just want to say shout out to my grandma. My grandma turned 100 years old today, born in 1926. Ain't that crazy? It's crazy that people live that long. Did I make the sick beat behind that? No. Jazz Dog made the sick beat behind that. Jazz Dog makes many of the sick beats heard on this show, like the Dono Ghost song.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat, and a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Oh no, you have to donate to keep my bones safe! Oh! How dare you have bones? No, you have to dono to protect my bones. Otherwise, the Dono Ghost will come and take my bones. Bones in this economy? I know. Dono Ghost be eating good. Is there still a ghost in a ghost closet? Yeah, actually, the wall behind me used to be a door. So, yeah, yes. Bum, bum, bum. Dreaming of Kadat, thank you for the $2 super chat. Hell yeah. Thank you for helping to protect my bones. Nocturnal 8999, thank you for the gifted membership on YouTube. Splintered Orion, thank you for the $5 dono. Good night, Stegocephalian. Hell yeah. Make sure to look into Twitch and YouTube's built-in charity and fundraising features when doing that fundraising stream. I have, but they don't. My problem is that they don't connect to this specific thing that was just set up and launched today. That's my problem. The problem I have is not that I'm unaware of how to do like fundraising streams online. I have done plenty in my time over the last 15 years. My problem is that this specific thing that I want to fundraise for does not have integration into the general ecosystem of fundraising. Whew. Also, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do the things. Yeah, 100 years old. Damn. Did I see the new damage video? I have not. Ooh, woo. Thank you for helping to protect my bones, chat. Sure you can figure something out. I'll be emailing them to see if they got anything that I can use. All right. Let's do... Don't know which direction I want to take content today. No. Let's see. Maybe we'll do... You know what? Fuck it. We'll do this white nationalist. Creamy Does It, that was like Let's Start a Fire or Time to Start a Fire, something like that. Here we go. So, folks, I think we need to talk about the fact that the Trump administration just tried to nominate an open white nationalist to a position that needs, you know, confirmation from Congress. And let's just take a look here. He's being nominated for the position of Assistant Secretary of State for international organizations. And, oh boy.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Like what?
Let me think about this. You know, Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain...
Now, I do want to say, I don't think the Scots or the Irish are considered
Hello, this is
Anglo.
Risky, your new potential sponsor. Have you considered getting into the crypto gambling industry? Riverboat Kings. Gamble could be the new thing for your community.
Oh, okay, wait, unironically, GamerG, I get spam emails all the time trying to get me to do, like, crypto gambling bullshit. It's ridiculous. But thank you for the $5 dono. Sorry, Risky. Thank you for the $5 dono. No way. Yeah, you know, I haven't sold out unlike some other streams.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
You know, pride that went with that. That would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and
Italians also notably not Anglo.
Those are in many ways more.
Yeah, but you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Foodways could...
Which white church exactly? Not all black churches are the same. Not all white churches are the same. I don't know how else to tell you that, like, a Presbyterian church is not going to be the same necessarily as a Lutheran church, not going to be the same as a Pentecostal church, not going to be the same as a Catholic church, not going to be the same as a Mormon church. There's a lot of different types of churches. And what about white church is different, I guess. Bro handed him a shovel and he started digging immediately. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, also, just out of curiosity, I wonder if there's a reason why they had to start calling it the Southern Baptist Church. I wonder if there's a reason for that.
Often be different.
The reason was slavery, by the way.
Yeah.
And those
music could be different.
And those are being erased.
Music could be different. If you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to access white churches.
Okay, so Anglo-Saxons only speak, Anglo culture only speaks English? But earlier you talked about the Italians. What if the Italians speak Italian? Also, I can't believe I have to point this out, Spanish is a European language from Spain. Unless he's saying Spaniards aren't white, I guess.
Or white food or white music is being erased?
I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized, and I think that weakens us. And again,
Our culture has become more balkanized? Sir, have you never seen a fusion restaurant? It's actually more of a melting pot, if anything. That's typically the go-to descriptor of American culture is a melting pot of all other cultures coming together and forming a fusion of different things. It's how you can get different fusion restaurants, for example. And also, just really want to throw this out there, but it's not related to whiteness or blackness or any other raceness, because those aren't things per se. Like, whiteness as a concept was literally invented by the same kinds of scientists that were breaking out the calipers and examining head shapes. We're talking it's based on bogus classifications designed to fit 1800s scientific racism. And the entirety of these classifications are arbitrary bullshit. And we know that because you can look at the history of whiteness and see different groups of people being considered white at different periods in time. And also, the reason blackness exists in America is as a downstream of horrific genocidal violence in the form of racialized slavery. There was a systematic effort to kill and destroy culture that was brought over on the slave ships. And the reason we talk about African Americans as a distinct group of people as opposed to by various ethnic subclassifications is because that culture got destroyed or fused together in all kinds of different ways in a desperate bid for survival. It's why we talk about African Americans and not, American Ugandans. It's when we're talking about formerly enslaved people. Obviously, we do talk about American Ugandans if they are more recent immigrants. But this guy just hates non-white people. He just hates anyone that he doesn't consider white. He's so white he thinks salt is spicy. It's just, we've long ago given up a pretense of finding any kind of common ground with these guys. We cannot allow Democrats to like come out of this particular moment in time and say, nah, it's business as usual now that we're back in charge. Like, no. No. They're putting people like this into positions of power. And if these people manage to get into power, they are going to rain destruction on so many things that lie downstream of them. Like, it's acting like that isn't happening or hasn't happened is almost going to be more destructive as a result. It's just going to allow the avalanche to keep on avalanching, you know? Which is why you guys need to join your local Democrats. It's why I need you guys, each and every one of you, to look into joining your local Democrats. Go to the meetings. Be loud. Be insistent. Talk about what people need to do. Make them more progressive. You know, shut out these corporate conservative Dems that want to run as if they were Republican light. But that requires us showing the fuck up. So if you need help doing that, you can join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help finding and joining your local Dems. She can also give you great tips on how to radicalize them, make them more progressive. And also join the Discord and reach out to Gamergy for help getting involved with your DSA. Because, folks, we need both. We need DSA, we need the Dems, and we preferably need people pushing both groups in the same direction, you know? Get that synergy going. And it's really, really important, because, like, otherwise this guy gets in, you know?
Not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for
Well,
it.
I'm way over my time. I think you're struggling to answer this question, right? Because underlying your beliefs is a sentiment that white culture is just simply better. Tell me how you define.
Yeah. Also, again, white culture can't be better because white culture isn't the thing. God. We gotta build the community. We gotta do the work. So, folks, let's get involved. I almost said involved. That's not a word. Involved. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. Everyone thinks it's comfortable. Everyone finds it flattering. Check it out. Non-tucking lingerie. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Hey, Liberal Dan Radio. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. All right. Let's talk about Epstein and some of the recent developments here. As a dude, I'm trying to lose my moobs, but I like the look of the lingerie. Look, I've seen some folks pose in it. Cis men, trans girls, etc. Looks good on both. Looks good on both. If you're confident and you're a cis man, you can totally wear this and look great. Also, if you're a cis lady, you can wear Imogene Olivia lingerie and still look great and also feel comfortable. Because I know I know for a fact that there are cis ladies out there that want lingerie that is designed with a slightly larger rib cage in mind, because sometimes ladies just be having larger rib cages. And I know there are some cis ladies out there that are in the market for panties that have like larger gussets. Like not every cis girl is out there looking to like wear lingerie that fits and makes them feel good, but ultimately gives them like a front wedgie. Ain't no cis girl wanting that. And you know what? You also can wear Imogene Olivia. There's nothing stopping you. You'll look great in it, and it'll fit you. And it'll be super comfy. Thanks for doubling my blood pressure at 6 a.m. You're very welcome, I think. What? Only bullies love wedgies. Don't be your own worst bully, indeed. Okay. Here we go. We're going to dive into this next segment. Hope y'all are ready. Maybe I'll put on my glasses. Cool. A lot of women's underwear is just perma wedgie. Imogene Olivia, we seek to not do that. All right, here we go. I still can't believe my partner designed an entire lingerie company to make sure trans women like myself have access to sexy and affirming lingerie. It's really romance. Thank you, Liberal Dan Radio. All right, here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about some of the developments in the Epstein case, because I am getting the distinct impression that dominoes are starting to fall and are going to continue falling for this particular case. Starting with the fact that the Justice Department is now saying, nope, we're completely done releasing documents. Even though they have previously said that they were going to release an additional 3 million documents, they're now saying, oopsie daisy, nope, we didn't mean that, tee-hee, takesies backsies. And that's a huge, it's a huge indicator that they are trying to hide some wildly criminal activity. And not only that, but we're starting to see individuals fall and additional steps taken that should have been taken, to be fair, a long, long time ago. So one thing that is happening is that New Mexico has approved a new probe into Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Now, this is the first time I've heard of Zorro Ranch. But apparently, Jeffrey Epstein kept a ranch where he, for decades, would have guests. This is a picture of it here. And, like, apparently, a lot of his activity here also falls under possibly criminal. And I have no earthly inkling why the Arizona state, not Arizona, the New Mexico state government did not take action to investigate this as soon as possible. But it turns out that a bipartisan committee in New Mexico has approved of investigating this particular location. And, well, it turns out, oh boy, a lot may have been going on there. So, according to Reuters, this bipartisan committee will seek testimony from survivors of alleged sexual abuse at the ranch, located about 30 miles south of Santa Fe, the state capital. Part of, maybe, it could be perhaps part of the reason why officials were reticent to investigate, because it turns out Jeffrey Epstein was schmoozing with New Mexico government officials for a while there, prior to his death. The file reveals ties between Epstein and 2 former Democratic governors and an attorney general of New Mexico. He was basically doing anything he wanted in this state without any accountability whatsoever, said New Mexico State Representative Andrea Romero, a Democrat who co-sponsored the initiative. Testimony to the committee could be used for future prosecutions, she said. Like, this is one of those things that should have happened so long ago. And I guess better late than never, but, like, are you kidding me? You've been sitting on an entirely new Epstein Island situation? Like, how? Several civil suits accuse Epstein of sexually assaulting girls at Zorro Ranch, and he was never charged for the alleged offenses. Why? Why not? Romero said there's no record of federal law enforcement searching what was known locally as the Playboy Ranch, where Epstein is accused of sexually abusing a 16-year-old girl as early as 1996. And, like, good God. Good God. Former New Mexico Attorney General Hector Balderas launched a probe in 2019 that was put on hold at the request of federal prosecutors to avoid parallel investigation, he said in a statement. So just to be clear, there was a prior investigation that got squashed back in 2019. Hey, what year? What year was that? Wait, didn't something else happen in 2019? 2019 Epstein. What could that be? Oh, yeah, that's right. He killed himself in 2019. That's when he was in prison. And they told the New Mexico state government to stop investigating Zorro Ranch. And by they, I mean the Trump administration told New Mexico's attorney general to stop the parallel investigation into a completely different property that the federal investigation wasn't touching, because they still don't have evidence of any federal investigators going to Zorro Ranch. Like, when I say I feel like the dominoes are starting to fall, this is kind of what I mean. That's not shady at all? Yeah. Yeah. I would very much like to know the details around that squashed 2019 investigation, personally. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres has assigned a special agent to probe allegations that may come through the Truth Commission Spokesperson Lauren Rodriguez said. The State House Committee rejected accompanying legislation to extend New Mexico's statute of limitations for child sexual assault to allow civil actions by Epstein survivors, said State Representative Mariana Anaya, who co-sponsored the legislation to create the Truth Commission. Legislation raised concerns about increased insurance costs for public institutions facing abuse lawsuits, Anaya said. And I'm sorry, if you're in New Mexico and your state representative voted to not allow Epstein survivors to sue for damages because it might make certain other insurance more expensive, you got to get those representatives out of there. I don't care if they're Democrat, I don't care if they're Republican, like, they got to go. Because they've shown who they're willing to fight for, and it's sure as shit not your kid if they get sexually abused. Epstein bought the ranch in 1993 from Bruce King, a three-time New Mexico Democratic governor who died in 2009. Epstein's estate sold the property in 2023 to Texas businessman and politician Don Huffines. Huh. Don Huffines. That's interesting. What's he up to these days? Just out of curiosity. Oh, it's so interesting. What's up? What's going on with this? Texas comptroller candidate who bought Epstein Ranch plans to turn it into a Christian retreat. He's currently running for Texas comptroller and went on Matt Gates's show to talk about turning the property into a Christian retreat. I can't, like, the levels of, like, disgust that are at play here are genuinely insane. Like, you bought this from Epstein. You bought this from the Epstein estate. And then, now that it's been out, like, now that it's widely known that it was formerly Epstein property, and there's an active investigation going into said property, you go on a show with Matt Gaetz, someone who literally trafficked a teenager for sex, in order to talk about how you're turning this ranch into a Christian retreat. It is almost like comical. Like, if you wrote this, it would be rejected for being too on the nose. You know? Like, this is a level of fucked up that is insane. God. This was obviously a dark place, and we wanted to put light in a dark place, he added. It always shines the brightest when you do that. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. And I'm going to make this, the plan all along is to make this property into a Christian retreat. I just... He did at least point out and take the trouble of pointing out that, you know, he bought it 4 years after Epstein died, so that's fine. It all benefited the victims. So I frankly, I have no problem with that. The problem I have is that you're going on Matt Gates's show to talk about what you're going to do with the Epstein, the little slice of Epstein Island that you bought. You know, like, it just doesn't really ring true as coming from your Christian faith when you willingly go on a show with a guy who has testified to Congress about trafficking a 19-year-old, whose best friend was literally a pimp who is in jail for like trafficking children. I don't know, just seems maybe like you might be disingenuous. I don't know, just throwing that out there. But let's just keep looking, because apparently that's not the only thing going on, right? One thing that is happening here is, oh, Epstein cultivated relationship with CBP officer causing U.S. investigation. The Guardian review of U.S. Justice Department files reveals Epstein interacted with 6 Customs and Border Patrol officers. The officer investigated denied any knowledge of trafficking underage girls. But, like, Jeffrey Epstein was in regular contact with 6 different CBP officers. The rot is deep indeed. Federal investigators examined Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with a Customs and Border Protection officer who worked at the St. Thomas Airport, to which Epstein regularly flew on his private planes before traveling by boat or helicopter to his private island, newly released documents reveal. As part of that investigation, which did not result in any charges, investigators also issued subpoenas related to 3 additional CBP officers working at the Cyril E. King Airport, STT, on St. Thomas, documents show. The Guardian also identified 2 other CBP officers on St. Thomas and in Florida who were in contact with Epstein based on emails and text messages between Epstein, his staff, and the officers. It does not appear the FBI ever investigated those 2 officers. That's so weird. That's so strange. Oh, this is yeah, this is a really interesting thing here too. The FBI in New York opened a preliminary investigation in October of 2019 after receiving a report that a long-serving CBP agricultural inspector had an ongoing friendship with Mr. Epstein while working for CBP pre-clearance in St. Thomas for over 7 years. That's really, really interesting. Just a preliminary investigation. I wonder what happened to this investigation here. Let's find out. Federal authorities interviewed Epstein's longtime pilot about the convicted sex offender's contacts with CBP agents. Okay. In July of 2019, federal prosecutors in New York indicted Epstein. Yeah. Oh. Huh. No CBP officer was ever charged for crimes related to Epstein, and The Guardian has not seen any evidence to suggest that CBP officers had direct knowledge or involvement with Epstein's crimes. The FBI interviewed Rauch and subpoenaed credit reports about him and 3 other CBP officers, but it is not clear whether the investigation went any further. The release of the government's investigative files on Epstein has been delayed, redactions are inconsistent, and it's not clear how many more files will be made public. Huh. So they launched a preliminary investigation and then appear not to have finished said investigation. That's so weird. And none of these officers seemed to have any information about what Epstein was doing, despite the fact that, I'm going to read this out here, Epstein emailed and texted with CBP officers, invited them to his island, visited with them at the airport, and frequently sought to determine who was going to be on duty when he was traveling through STT, the released files show. Some officers received financial advice, others small gifts, and employment opportunities. One officer was invited to perform the steel pan drums on Little St. James on multiple occasions. Epstein tasked his assistant with helping another with an interest in accounting to find mentorship. That agent solicited Epstein for a hard money loan, though he told The Guardian the loan never materialized. Yeah, no, Epstein was just really good friends with CBP agents and wanted to know when they were on duty and invited them to his child rape island. And of course, they never saw anything there. Like, I'm sorry. I feel like there are a lot of threads to follow up on here. Just friends being friends on the Epstein island. Yeah. But hey. At the very least, we might have some idea that Epstein wasn't working alone. Remember how earlier this year, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi were like throwing out this idea that perhaps, well, Jeffrey Epstein was just working alone. He only trafficked the girls for himself. He only trafficked girls for himself. And then the Epstein files came out, and it turns out that there is a listed co-conspirator in one of the charging documents. And that co-conspirator is a man named Les Wexner, who's a billionaire and the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. Now, I don't know if you guys know much about Victoria's Secret. Let me just pull up something real quick here. All right. Let's just take a look here. So, for those of you who are unaware of Victoria's Secret's business model, Victoria's Secret really made a splash by introducing essentially a revolutionary new approach to selling lingerie, which was they created a sub-brand called Pink to sell lingerie to children. I don't know if you guys know that. Les Wexner bought it in 1982. Wait, what? Oh yeah, no. The demographic that Pink is designed to be sold to is 13 to 18-year-olds. Now, Les Wexner, CEO of the company, when did he stop being CEO of the company? I'm not entirely sure here. See, I'm not entirely sure when he stopped being the CEO. Wait, when did Les Wexner step down? Oh, in 2020. That's interesting. Stepped down as CEO of Bath and Body Works and sold his majority stake in Victoria's Secret back in 2020. That's so, just a little bit, after his good friend
As much as I
Jeffrey
like your
kicked
streams,
the bucket.
content and analysis, there are some things I wish to not hear because they will stick in my memory. Previous statement will stick in the context more so.
Yeah, because an important thing to know is that Les Wexner had been running Victoria's Secret since 1982. And in 1987, guess who became Les Wexner's financial manager? Anyone want to take a guess? Anyone want to just take a wild stab in the dark? Ghislaine Maxwell? No! It was Jeffrey Epstein. You got it, Ukrainian. Jeffrey Epstein was Les Wexner's financial advisor from 1987 to 2007 for 30 goddamn years. And, well, what does Les Wexner have to say about that now? Let's find out. Oh, he was conned by Jeffrey Epstein and did nothing wrong. He was duped by a world-class con man. Huh. Let's see. Wexner's testimony was delivered behind closed doors from his home in New Albany, Ohio. I've done nothing wrong and have nothing to hide, Wexner said in his prepared statement. I completely and irrevocably cut ties with Epstein nearly 20 years ago when I learned that he was an abuser, a crook, and a liar. Let me be crystal clear, I never witnessed nor had any knowledge of Epstein's criminal activity. And as you could see, this is a picture of Les Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein hanging out together. Let's see. Oh, I do want to find this Robert Garcia clip. 1 second. I intended to Garcia Les Wexner. God, I can't type. Is it this one?
It's been clear to us,
here we go,
at least the way Mr. Wexner has presented this, that he, according to him, has not been was questioned by the FBI or the DOJ about Mr. Epstein. How outrageous is that? He's someone that's been named by survivors, someone that's in the files more than most people, someone that's clearly the financial benefactor to Jeffrey Epstein and has not been contacted or interviewed by the FBI or the DOJ? Yeah. What the hell is going on? That is shameful. We should be ashamed as a government. The survivors deserve justice. And so that's something that we are going to continue to press today, and certainly press with Pam Bondi and the DOJ. It's been clear to us.
I mean, like, Garcia is right to be angry as hell. You all should be angry as hell about this too. Okay? And like, well, let's take a quick look at some a little scene from the deposition of Les Wexner, shall we?
I'm giving you a long answer, but to understand in context. Because if I just say yes or no, you won't understand it. And I really want this whole group to understand it. And I never would have guessed I was being conned. Never, ever. The deceit was so subtle. Yes, I know.
Answer the question.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure we all appreciate the stories. We're just trying to answer the questions they actually want the answers to.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
I hope it is.
And could I ask you, I think you said in the last hour, it was your understanding that Mr. Epstein, while he was working for you, also had other clients. Is that right?
Yes.
So would that mean that his work for you, you understood it to be part-time?
I wouldn't describe it that way. I knew it wasn't I thought it wasn't full time because he had other clients of substance, real substance.
As a listener, it sounds like substantial demands that you're describing. You were, and of course are, one of the wealthiest people in the country, managing all of your personal affairs. I would think would typically demand all of somebody's bandwidth. It sounds like that was an issue with the guy before Epstein. How was he able to do that job, but also do work for other clients at the same time?
Well, like Peg does the work now. I think you could supervise the work, overview it, which isn't the work that I do, and say you could do really thorough work if you were doing it 3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because there were accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And it's like, how could you have all silverware in your house and what? And I didn't count forks and spoons. And it's like, Jeff said, people could be walking out with forks and spoons. I said, gee, that's a good idea. We ought to have an inventory. But then there was, I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And she said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer another question. 5 words, okay?
I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? Is what that lawyer just said to his client. Because that lawyer knows that this 88-year-old man who was intimately tied with Epstein for 30 goddamn years could just yap his way straight into a jail cell, okay? Largely because there's an important detail that I haven't told you guys about Les Wexner's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which is that Les Wexner gave Jeffrey Epstein his power of attorney. Meaning Epstein effectively, for a period of like 16 years, was able to make all financial decisions for this man. That's insane. Like, I'm sorry. You know this guy for 30 years, and you are on such good terms with him that you give him power of attorney, and your major company's deal is that the innovation you oversaw was Victoria's Secret branching out to market lingerie to teenagers, and Jeffrey Epstein just so happens to be with you for the long haul through all of that. I don't know that that's a coincidence. I think, look, maybe this poor old man just got duped. Maybe that's possible. But in my heart of hearts, this guy is guilty as hell. This guy absolutely knew what was going on. It's why he's listed as a co-defendant or a co-conspirator. And like, it's just not, this guy absolutely had to know what was going on. You could not have been in Epstein's orbit for 30 years and not known. Yeah, that's the Victoria's Secret guy. I missed it. When did he sit for that? He sat for that just like earlier this week. And then the deposition footage got released. "30 years is longer than most marriages. 30 years is an intimate relationship." Yeah, and as far as we know, like, he was partying with Epstein. You know, like, he was out there, like, photographed with Epstein. Like, they held... Look, I'm sorry. You can't tell me you didn't know this guy very well to be posing in photographs with him with that look on your face. Like, I'm sorry. You knew this guy, and you knew what he was up to. But that isn't even the biggest pin to start falling today. Because we gotta talk about the fact, for the first time in 400 years, a British royal has been arrested. Or at least former British royal, you know? Formerly known as Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested for his crimes in the Epstein files. Yes, on his birthday. He was a precious little birthday boy, and they took him to jail anyway. But I just gotta let you guys know, these folks are gonna start squealing. You know, like, Andrew is gonna start saying names if he can save himself. And those people are gonna start saying names if they can save themselves. Right? And, like, this is how it works. Eventually these dominoes start falling. Someone like Les Wexner might get a sweetheart deal if he starts naming names that of people who were associated with Epstein's crimes. You know? This is something that, at least in other countries, there are real legal consequences for. And to be honest with you, you know, it's been really dispiriting and disappointing to see uh, the fact that there is just a very low level of accountability here in the United States for these crimes, but not elsewhere. And that information does not know borders. We are going to get the information from these other trials, from these other people that are being held accountable. And I gotta be honest, I think this trap is getting tighter and tighter for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is absolutely implicated in these files. I do not have a doubt about that. And one of the reasons I don't have a doubt about that is because, well, his response today to Andrew being arrested: "I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's very, very sad to me. To me, it's a very sad thing." I'm sorry. What exactly is sad about a child predator being arrested? I'm genuinely deeply curious. This is like when he wished Maxwell well. "I wish her well." Why would you do that? You know, it only makes sense if he's guilty. Who the heck is Maxwell? Ghislaine Maxwell was Jeffrey Epstein's fixer. So she would go and get and groom the girls that he would then sexually assault. And she would also sometimes participate in the assaults. She is currently serving time in prison for, sexually assaulting children. Anyway, just one last thing here. I want to bring your attention to just... It's not a big letter in the Epstein files, but it is a small one. One last little thing that makes me pretty convinced this is all gonna, really get deeply uncomfortable for people in high positions of power in the United States, particularly in the Trump administration. And it is this particular email sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Bill Gates in 2016 in December. Come to visit the island. New administration people visiting. That was just after the 2016 election. This is when Epstein was known as a child sex trafficker, as a pedophile. And not only is Bill Gates being directly invited here, but Epstein is directly talking about the new administration people visiting. I am immensely curious what exactly the capacity of those new administration people were. Which of Trump's guys went to Epstein Island back in 2016? We need to find out. And I think we could find out if we actually investigated this. Steve Bannon. Bannon's a good guess. But notice it's not just one person, it's new administration people visiting. So, I don't know. I look, all I'm saying here is that dominoes really do appear to me like they're starting to fall in a way that Donald Trump isn't going to be able to keep a lid on. I think that any of these people brought in for questioning will immediately flip on one another in order to try and save themselves. Of course, good old Gates was one of the number one people invited. Well, yeah, Bill Gates's ex-wife is literally on podcasts these days talking about how, as soon as his implication with Jeffrey Epstein came to light, she divorced him immediately. That's when she started divorcing him. She knows that he's guilty as fuck. So, all I gotta say here is, as disgusting as all of this is, I am starting to see a number of things lining up in a way that I think it is going to be difficult for Trump officials to avoid implications. I think a lot of folks are going to be implicated, and a lot of folks are, due to public outrage, going to be going down for this. And I think that's part of the reason why you've seen some online content creators, even some folks on Fox News, trying to take the argument that actually, oh, it's not that Jeffrey Epstein's not that bad. He's not that bad of a guy. He was just, he's just there. He did bad stuff himself, obviously, but like other people, like he was just helping other people. He liked being helpful. I think I saw that from Greg Gutfeld or Jesse Waters or one of those guys. There is a revving up of an engine for Epstein apologia. Started on the far right, now it's gaining some traction in the mainstream. And I would just say, don't be surprised if you start seeing a lot more of that as more of these dominoes start to tip over. Okay? Yeah, it's going to be a rough dodge when every other country in the world is calling it out and is actually investigating the folks who are implicated. So, all that being said, folks, let me know what you think in the comments. I think that all told, this lines up pretty neatly. I mean, like, former Prince Andrew is basically dead to rights here. Like, there are photos of him, like, crouching over, like, a motionless girls. Like, it's pretty blatant, And I think that he, more than anyone, is willing to flip in order to try and save himself at the expense of his rich and wealthy friends. So, I don't know. Let me know what you think about all of this. It'd be really interesting if this served as a catalyst for England abolishing the monarchy. That'd be pretty cool. I've heard some rumbling to that effect. I don't know how much that translates into a real political bedrock over in the UK, but hey, I'm rooting for you guys. I'm rooting for you guys to kick out the king. I bet you can do it. All that being said, let me know what you think down in the comments. Leave a like, subscribe, and also, we need to get organized, folks. Our enemies are evil pedophile elites who are stealing all of the wealth on the planet from the working class. We need to get our shit together. We need to organize, and we need to beat them out of their halls of power. That is our job right now. But it starts with you guys. It starts with you joining up with other like-minded folks in your local Dems and your local DSA, and it then progresses from there by showing up to the meetings and making arguments for your positions and moving people to your side. It begins with the hard, grueling work of organizing. And I believe in our ability to do just that. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And let's get to work kicking these guys' asses. All right? We can do it. We can, in fact, do it. So let's keep on going. How do you think Mike Pence fits into all this? I don't know that Mike Pence is involved in any of the Epstein stuff. Like, Mike Pence has never struck me as particularly on board with, like, the Steve Bannon type shit. Pence is just like a through and through Christian nationalist. Like, he genuinely believes his own bullshit in that regard, And it's one of the reasons why Trump wound up despising Pence. It's because he's not as on board with, like, all of the sexual impurity and corruption, What extent do you think he knew? I don't think he knew any of this shit. I gotta be honest with you. Dude seems like not the kind of guy that they were inviting to, like, their crazy sex parties, Like, a guy who doesn't even want to be in the same room as women without his wife present, I don't think is the prime target for the stuff like this. I don't know. Pence seems pensed up. So he says, I don't know. Look, if he was really on board with everything, I don't think that Trump supporters would be marching through the halls chanting to hang Mike Pence. Like, the reason Pence even wound up with Trump in the first place is because he tried his Christian nationalist bullshit in Indiana and people hated the fuck out of him. And the only political future he had was running on a national ticket. And so he did it with Donald Trump because nobody else wanted him. And then it wound up to be a winning combo. And I think he hated the time he spent in the Trump administration. Like, he was one of the guys in the room saying, like, no, don't do that. I'm not saying that Mike Pence was a great guy or a hero or anything like that. I'm just saying I think he might have been one of the few guys that, like, Steve Bannon wasn't inviting to the orgy. You know what I'm saying? He calls his wife mother. That's weird. Guess we'll see. I mean, it's worth asking him about it. I'm not saying don't. I'm just, if we're gonna speculate, my speculation is that, nah. What about JD Vance? JD Vance is a soulless homunculus. It's why he gravitates towards couches, beings like himself. Homunculus? A homunculus? I like that. I'm gonna use that in a D&D campaign. Alright. Whew. We got past the Epstein segment. We did it. Can we just, like... Okay, can I just want to know why, like, what this isn't even a segment or anything. It's a genuine question. What the hell is up with the Young Turks lately? Like, I feel like the folks over at the Young Turks have started losing the plot completely these days. And I want to stop talking about them, but, like, then clips like this come across my feed. I'm just like, what is this?
But I do know that I now deeply, deeply question what happened in 9/11. And I said that online today, and a whole bunch of establishment people, mainly Democrats as far as I could tell. How dare you? Oh, that is it. I'm now canceling you, and I will know you are not legitimate anymore. Hey, waiter, not legitimate, please remove him from the facilities. Brother, I've been canceled 28 times. Go for it, get in line, okay? I'm not going to be quiet about this. But I do know that I now...
Okay, but, like... we're doing some 9/11 trutherism now, I guess. Also, what the hell is up with this?
I just want everyone to know that Schenk has an important announcement.
All right, for those who are Israel first and think of Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh no! Oh my gosh! He and Ilhan Omar are going in together on a winery. I just want everyone.
Why are you hanging out with the literal devil, Jank? Like what are you doing? You're hanging out with the guy who got famous for plagiarizing at BuzzFeed. Like what? Is that Benny Johnson? Yes, that's Benny Johnson. Like why are you hanging out with the like what is happening? I mean, I guess the TYT gas leak theory just gains more steam every year. How did Cenk do in the 2024 presidential election? Did he win? He did. He did. This is we're in Cenk's America now. Oops, all Cenk. He made some flimsy excuse about going live with him so that Cenk would capture some of his followers. Why on earth would drinking alcohol on Benny Johnson's stream capture any of his followers? The people who watch Benny Johnson don't give a single shit about reality. The gas leak is filled with Peter Thiel money.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Nailed it. We're not doing a segment about this. I'm just like genuinely like, what the fuck? I don't know what to make of this. All right. Anyway, folks, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and remember, folks, click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Thank you, Katrina Blutchinger. Hell yeah. Thank you all so much for hitting that like button. A core component of the Riverboat Jack experience is clicking that like button. Especially considering there are like 420 some people watching right now, and we got 277 likes. I bet we can hit 300 likes. I bet we can do it. I believe in you guys. Let's see here. Let's do yawn. Let's do our next segment. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, so to that end. Okay, I guess we'll do the ice segment now. And then we'll get to I think we'll get to Donald Trump. I want to do that. No, let's do Trump panic first, then we'll do ICE. If we have time. Also, folks, you guys are getting close to your dono goal. I've been keeping track here. If we hit 200 subs, we'll finally, I'll finally reveal to you guys our next brain rot segment, which I think you will all enjoy. Not the actual rot itself, but my reacting to it. Here we go. This is really disappointing, Jack. Jenk and TYT have always been problematic. The only surprise is that it took you this long to figure it out. You know, I don't really appreciate the condescension when I've openly criticized them for the last, like, multiple years. Specifically. Like, them being shit is not new info to me. Them being problematic is not new info to me. I've literally talked for hours about how problematic they are. You can go back and watch my coverage of specifically how they talked about, you know, the mass theft raids that they were fear-mongering about, or you can go look at my coverage of the apartment building that supposedly had gang members that Anna Kasparian was trying to fear-monger about. That was all complete and total bullshit. You can go back for several years now and look at my content, directly engaging with and criticizing their content. This is not new, except perhaps to you. I'm just pointing out 9/11 trutherism is a pretty new low. 9/11 trutherism is a new low that sadly I thought they would be better then. And I guess I was wrong. Like, I don't know. I've specifically responded to Anna Kasparian's transphobia. Specifically because Anna Kasparian was at one point a guest on this show. And seemed like when I reached out to her, she understood her error and then continued to double, triple, and quadruple down on it. So I'm a little frustrated considering this is something I've talked about for a very long time. Isn't Anna Kasparian playing defense for Tucker Carlson right now? Yes. Yeah, I've literally talked about them so much that members of my audience have begged me to stop talking about them so much. And I have obliged, which is why we didn't do a full segment on TYT's 9/11 trutherism. Yeah, Anna Kasparian literally shouted out this program on the Young Turks. And yeah, it's to my indelible shame now. We missed out on a ridiculous segment about trutherism. Yeah, I don't have that dog in me. No one even watches them? Not anymore, you know? Not anymore. All right. Shouted out you? Yes, shouted out me. I had it as like my channel trailer on YouTube for a long time, and then turns out that was deeply embarrassing, and I took it down. I thought Anna was still God, I'm getting deeply frustrated. I'm getting deeply fucking frustrated. So I'm gonna need everyone to listen pretty carefully here, so that we can like sort this out, because it's not that difficult. When I first started out streaming, I was small, but was accumulating an audience, and Anna would trawl through like different smaller leftist streamers, and she liked my content and hung out in chat, and then shouted me out on the main show, and I thought that was pretty cool. And then about a year later, I asked her to come on the show. I don't remember what year this was, but maybe 2021, 2020, somewhere in there. And she came on. We had a decent chat. I think it was about Ukraine, so maybe 2022. Wait, when did? Yeah, okay, so it would have been like February of 2022. And then like I think about 6 months later, maybe 8 months later, a year later, she started her transphobic arc. And like it was deeply hurtful, obviously, and disappointing. And ever since, I've been attempting to redeem myself a little bit by going hard after the TYT crew, because not the whole TYT crew, but specifically Jenk and Anna, because they've just been spewing out utter bullshit. Like utter bullshit. Going along with like the corporate line about, oh, organized shoplifting is an existential threat. See, look, you can rob infinite amounts from a Walgreens in LA and the police won't do anything about it. And that was always just a lie. And like then she got more and more transphobic, and it became clear that even if I tried to step in and explain like what was happening, the whole birthing person thing was not about any kind of rational argumentation. All right. Where are we at? There was a time I thought Anna was an actual socialist listening to her on Jacobin segments. Yeah. She did a good job espousing socialist views, and then just completely shit the bed when it came to like everything else. Let's see. You didn't owe anything for their evil. Yeah, but like it's a personal stain on my honor. You know? I want to salvage my own honor. It's purely selfish. I appreciate that, Josh sees. Okay. Shall we go into the segment? Here we go. So, folks, I think we gotta talk about the fact that Donald Trump has entered full-on panic mode. I think they've got some internal polling that is absolutely devastating. Because the external polling is really bad. Like, it's obviously really bad, what is available to those of us outside the Trump White House. It's not looking good for Donald Trump. He's at term 2 lows. He's lower at this point than he was at this point last time. He's lower at this point than Biden was during his presidency at this point. It's going poorly, in other words. But one of the ways you can really tell it's going poorly is that in an effort to desperately patch up the holes in his approval, he's going around and trying to specifically tell soldiers to vote for his guys. Like, he has a literal captive audience here where he's going in front of members of the military and telling them they have to vote for the GOP, which I want to be really clear here. Under normal circumstances, this would be a presidency ending type of scandal. Like, if Joe Biden had gone out in front of the troops and said, you have to vote for Democrats, he would have been kicked out of office immediately. Like, this is illegal. It's not supposed, you cannot do this. But he's doing it. And he's doing it specifically because he's desperate as hell. Right? I mean, and the coverage of this is not great either. President Donald Trump's rally on Friday followed a familiar plan. He entered to Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA, promoted GOP candidates, bashed his predecessor, and implored the audience to vote Republican in the midterm elections. The speech ended to the thump of the Village People's YMCA. The setting, however, was an army base and the audience was in uniform. And it's just like, will these soldiers vote for this guy? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. But, like, this isn't the first time he's done this, but in the past, he's typically kept it limited to generals or members of the leadership. And what he's doing now is trying to mass campaign in areas that he thinks are going to be influential for the upcoming midterms, right? And not only that, he's also freaking out about potentially his money well going dry, right? So essentially what he's trying to argue in court right now is that as president, he is simply too busy to be on the receiving end of a civil lawsuit. Okay? This is something that's actively going on right now. Specifically, two of the founders of Truth Social have been suing him. This story has largely gone under the radar, I think. But two of the founders of Truth Social are trying to sue him. And his response to it is, well, I'm president, so I'm simply too busy. You know, defer that lawsuit until after I'm president. And like, that might work if he was in fact busy, so busy that he couldn't possibly do something like, say, file his own civil lawsuit. Except that Donald Trump has filed his own civil lawsuit against himself. Genuinely, Donald Trump is now suing the federal government in order to recoup some not recoup, in order to get around $10 billion. He wants $10 billion. Just take a look at him talking about this.
About what? Yes, it's a roast. It's a roast. It's a comedy now. And I said, of course, it was all comedy.
And the worst thing is, you're suing the IRS. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like to be on both sides of a lawsuit?
It's very interesting. I have another one where, I've virtually won the Mar-a-Lago break-in suit. And, I have to work out some kind of a settlement. I'm supposed to work out a settlement with myself. Because, when the FBI broke in, we sued. Before I was president, I sued. And obviously it was a very good suit. And I have that one, and I have to work out a settlement.
Like, he's seriously like, yes, I'm suing myself for $10 billion, and then I'll figure out a settlement with myself. Like, dude's literally just finding time to self-deal to himself as president. It is the most openly corrupt thing I've ever seen in my life. This is like the bank manager walking into the safe and then walking out with a bag full of cash and just being like, I paid myself for the month, and then like walking out like nothing ever happened. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. Even The Onion couldn't write this. You're right. And like, part of the reason that he's trying to grab any and everything, right? He's just trying to grab any and everything. Because in part, he's losing. So, you all might remember, like a couple weeks ago, an exhibit on slavery was taken down in Philadelphia. And, well, it turns out, a federal judge ordered that was done illegally, and now it has to be restored.
Thanks to you all, your presence, and your activism, I have great news. We just won in federal court. There'll be more details later, but give yourselves a big round of applause. We have won. Let's say that. We have won. We have won. We have won. We have won.
Like, he's losing on issues big and small all over the place. Many of you may have seen the headline about the pride flag being removed from Stonewall. Well, guess what? Folks came by and put it back up under new, not auspices, but like new regulations from the city. Like, they cannot keep from losing. They are... The Trump administration is a machine built to lose. They cannot keep up this kind of pressure, and it's why I like to keep coming back to the idea that what's happening right now with the Trump administration is an extinction event. It's a death spasm, And like, I gotta be honest, every single thing I read from Donald Trump these days reads as absolute desperation. Here's a post from him the other day. The Democrats refuse to vote for voter ID or citizenship. The reason is very simple. They want to continue to cheat in the elections. This was not what our founders desired. And I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject, and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future. There will be voter ID for the midterm elections, whether approved by Congress or not. Also, the people of our country are insisting on citizenship and no mail-in ballots, with exceptions for military, disability, illness, or travel. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Like, this is crazy. This is a crazy person post. I've searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated. What does that mean? Like, that's some, like, Lovecraftian prose right there. I found myself falling into the abyss of this library. Wrapped about in its tentacles of knowledge, I became lost in the annals of history, where things left unarticulable and unarticulated yet writhe. Like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? You know full well that man doesn't read. Of course he doesn't read. Of course he doesn't. Because also, this is something he said with his full chest the other day.
And you have confirmation U.S. citizenship. That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And it would be no mail-in ballots, very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no, and you have...
Wow, yeah, no other country in the world does mail-in ballots except for all of these countries. The United Kingdom, Austria, Japan, France, the Republic of Korea, Germany, Greece, Luxembourg, Lithuania, Liechtenstein, Marshall Islands, Poland, Iceland, Canada, Slovenia, Switzerland, Ireland, Federated States of Micronesia, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Spain, Fiji, Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, and Australia, Pakistan, Malaysia, the Netherlands, and India. Other than those, the United States is the only one with mail-in ballots. It's the only one, minus all of those other countries. Like, dude is not okay mentally. But interestingly, there is some speculation about what kind of legal theory Donald Trump might be putting forward here to try and justify...
The thing is, this isn't even a case of he could do this, but it would be illegal. Like others, the states have all the vote infrastructure.
Yeah, no, 100% no, me, Sunrider. Like, the only way the federal government could do this would be to send soldiers to every polling place in the country. Not ICE, because ICE does not have enough personnel. It would have to be, you send the military to occupy every voting station, and that's just not gonna happen. You know? It's just not gonna happen. But let's take a look at what his legal theory is. Jack, the legal theory is called soup for brains. Ho ho ho! I counter that with this fun election law blog on electionlawblog.org titled President Trump's claim of an irrefutable argument supporting his right to unilaterally impose voter ID and election rules may be based on insane claim that Marriott hotel manager found secret text in the shadows of a microfilm copy of the U.S. Constitution. It's so much stupider than just soup brain. It's so much stupider than that. It's we're going to entirely untapped reservoirs of conspiracism, all right? We're going full on national fucking treasure, okay? Holy shit. One of the odd parts of Trump's post was the statement that I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the near future. What could Trump have been referring to? I originally had no idea, but then a reader wrote to me for comment about an obscure post which seems insane but could explain the big Trump reveal to come. Quote, it's possible states innocently believe they have unrestrained constitutional authority to create election rules within their borders. But they're about to learn that's not so, reports John N. Goodman, a retired Hallandale Beach man who shared some research he conducted with a fellow election integrity advocate with links to the White House. That research found its way to Washington, D.C. recently when My Pillow founder Mike Lindell met with President Donald J. Trump. Good God, we got to get Mike Lindell in the next National Treasure movie. We got to do it. We got to chat. Lindell shared Goodman's research after Steve Stern, the vice chairman of the Broward County Republican Executive Committee, contacted Lindell. Stern confirmed. Stern was also contacted afterwards by a White House source verifying the president learned about Goodman's research. A former manager for Marriott Hotels, Goodman spent 6 weeks at the main branch of the Broward County Library System in Fort Lauderdale. He was reading a microfilm copy of the original U.S. Constitution, eventually spotting an apparent shadow that turned out to be a significant
Gumbo
find.
brain? Jambalaya brain?
We're getting there, Magar. He literally saw a shadow. According to Goodman, a Kentucky native, he stumbled upon wording that wasn't commonly known, although he speculates Supreme Court justices were familiar with the words because a majority opinion in U.S. term limits v. Thornton echoed that hollowed language. In an email this morning, he wrote, "It's, quote, important to point out to your readers that the Constitution on the surface says that the states do have 100% power over elections, but there was an obstructed console that was not noticed for many, many years because it looks exactly like a faded shadow from the line above it. So I decided to go back the next day with a high-powered magnifier to add to the microfilm magnifier in order to still barely make out what it said. It said, dictate electoral outcomes unfairly, and the states cannot do that. And then the actual words dictate electoral outcomes is also in the 1995 Supreme Court case. They elaborate in great detail, such as the state's powers designed by the framers were meant to be procedural, and their actions cannot compromise integrity of the election to favor or disfavor a certain class of candidate or evade constitutional constraints. This treasure chest of constitutional finding, backed up by a Supreme Court decision, undermines the efforts of states that sought to keep Trump off the ballot in 2024 when he won a second term, Goodman argues. He also contends the huge expansion of vote by mail is a state action that tips the scale in favor of a certain candidate or party. Clearly, though, Goodman isn't a constitutional scholar, let alone an attorney. Or, let's be clear, any kind of historian that would be capable of verifying a claim like this. However, his research eventually put him in touch with two attorneys who are working with President Trump to clean up our voting system, he says. This connection provided him with some insight into what is about to unfold when the president announces action that includes a second executive order on election integrity. Key underpinnings for upcoming action, Goodman says, revolve around the 1995 Supreme Court decision. Another force driving President Trump is his belief that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen from him. In a phone conversation lasting more than an hour last night, Goodman, fascinated with politics since high school, spelled out his role as a private citizen and what he believes will happen soon. I gotta be honest, this does seemingly track with the level of mental erosion we've seen from Donald Trump. We found a secret clue written into the text of the original Constitution, only discoverable with modern day technology. And it says, if you zoom in really, really close, it says, Donald Trump wins. Always. And then there's a picture of Jesus Christ. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, we're at national treasure level soup brain. We have to send all these fuckers to prison. We really do. You know, like not one person Not one person in any of these Trump administrations should ever be able to like hold their head high in public ever again. God. I found a headshot of Jesus inside my micro-constitution inside my pizza. I mean, that is effectively the level we're operating at now. But as all of this is going on, of course, Donald Trump is heavily pushing the Save America Act, right? Which has now passed the House. It's in the Senate for deliberation. So far, it has 50 votes. They need 60 votes in order to pass it. So far, we're in the clear. However, if Republicans do torpedo the filibuster, then they can pass it with a simple 50 majority, which is really, really scary because Lisa Murkowski is, I believe Murkowski, I get Murkowski and the other one confused. Or maybe it was Susan Collins. I can't remember which one it was. One of them doubled down and was like, yeah, I'll vote for this, and it puts us in a terrible spot. Yeah, and Dragonfly, I also am in the camp of they almost certainly won't torpedo the filibuster, but I genuinely don't have faith in Republicans to do the right thing ever, so we'll see. That being said, we need to make sure Democrats do not cave on the SAVE Act. So, folks, if you have a Democratic senator, now would be a great time to call them and tell them you do not want them to support the SAVE Act. Do not vote for the SAVE Act. Okay? It is very much worth calling them right now to let them know, do not vote yes on SAVE Act. Save America Act, you know? Yep. 5 calls, baby. Make your call right now. You don't have to even talk to a real person. You can just leave a voicemail. You can send them a fax. You can do the things. It's just really important to put as much pressure on them as possible right now so that Democrats don't cave. Because as you all know, they have incredibly weak spines. Okay? And let's just talk, let's just take a look. How are Republicans handling this whole Save America Act thing when, you know, it's maybe some uncomfortable questions are being asked? Here's US Representative Chip Roy.
A lot of people are asking questions. They're saying, well, that's going to prevent women who've got complications with name changes. Hold on.
Just to be clear, women with complications around name changes represent a significant number of married women who changed their names after getting married.
We actually allow a fail-safe that you go and you can sign an affidavit that says, this is my driver's license. My name is Sarah Jones on my driver's license. Here's my birth certificate, Sarah Smith. I certify under penalty of perjury that I'm the same person. And we allow that. And we allow states to make other mechanisms under their laws to make sure that they match it. So we're just requiring a process.
That is all that would be required of a married woman? Because that is a major talking point coming from Democrats and across the mainstream.
That's all that would be required? Having to jump through hoops for like 75 million people? That's all that would be required?
Media that you are disenfranchising some 69 million married women.
A lot of people are asking.
And like, okay, so that's all that would be required. Okay. Here's, you know what, let's take a little bit of a longer look at that claim, shall we? Let's take a little bit longer of a look at this claim.
The party of small government.
This specific interaction here that I managed to find is incredibly illuminating when it comes to the topic of how the Save America Act would unduly burden so many people in this country. It's ridiculous. Okay? So let's check this out.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for engaging in this debate. And I do recall being on the House administration with the now chairman, and how he was constantly opposed to any federal laws imposing on the states anything with regard to voting rights. So it's wonderful to see the change. Not really great. It's not wonderful because it's really sad what this is about. Can you take out your driver's license? You're in, and Mr. Scott has his out. If you took yours out, I'm looking at mine. And what we're talking about here is, does your driver's license tell us where you were born? It does not. Does it?
No, not in the state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Scott, yours doesn't either. Because what we're talking about is registration.
I really hate that for whatever reason, sometimes the captions change the opacity of the font, and you have to scroll that. It's stupid. It's all stupid. I've been trying to fix it all stream. I finally did it. Anyway.
And you cannot use this ID to register to vote under your bill. Is that correct, Mr. Tyler?
You could not use your ID. That would be an accurate statement. But you could, for example, if you were in the state of North Dakota. So if somebody here was in this.
But I'm asking, so in
Wisconsin,
many states, you could not use that ID to register to vote. But Mr. Chairman Stiles, do you have a passport?
I personally do have
You
a
do have a passport.
I'm part of the roughly 50% of Americans.
You're roughly 50% of Americans have a passport because you travel. About 50% of Americans don't travel internationally. They don't have that money. Is that right? I mean, one of the reasons you have to have a certain amount of money to be able to travel internationally to get that passport, to pay for that passport. Is that correct?
There is a charge to
There is
get
a
a U.S.
charge.
passport.
21.3 million American citizens of voting age don't have ready access to citizenship documents. Does that sound about right, Chairman Stiles?
I don't have that data in front of me. Do you have a
if you
source
said-
of that data you'd like to share?
But if you said 50% don't have ready access to passports, I will.
They're two very different topics, of course.
Yeah, but that's one
form of citizenship
right.
verification
That's a lot
in the
of
bill
people.
is a passport.
Yeah.
Right.
Madam Chair, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from the Bennett Center entitled 21.3 million American citizens of voting age don't have ready access to citizen documents.
Objection.
And this is ready access. And we already discussed earlier the fact that this bill, you have changed the enactment date of this bill to go in effect as soon as it is signed into law. If you could get this bill, like your goal would be to get this bill as soon as possible, right? Signed into law.
Yes.
And if that happens, then this 21.3 million American citizens who might not be prepared for a future in a few weeks in terms of Texas, who might want to, they're excited about the race, they're excited about the Republicans, senators who are running against each other and battling it out, they're excited about the Democrat primaries, they want to get involved, they want to register to vote, and they might be on one of the 21.3 million Americans who don't have ready access to citizenship documents. And that's what we are concerned about, is that by rushing this into law, you are going to prevent so many people from being able to register to vote. And that's,
that almost seems like it's exactly the purpose of the bill. It's almost like you're rushing it through in order to prevent people from voting. Isn't that curious? Doesn't that seem like the actual effect of the bill? Not your stated goal of the bill, but the actual effect of the bill. Curious, isn't it?
I think unacceptable. When you say how many illegal, immigrants or too many voting, I'd flip the question and ask you, how many eligible citizens are you worried about being turned away because you are rushing something like this into law? Do you care?
We have specifically considered that there may be individuals that are not in possession of documentary proof of evidence. And on page 12 of the legislative text, we put forward, in conjunction with what will be EAC guidance for applicants who do not provide or have that possession of documentary proof of citizenship, ultimately giving them avenues to be able to attest to their citizenship, which is still significantly stronger than underlying law. And because of the process as set forward in the legislation, I do not think we'll reach the concerns that you've brought forward today.
Yeah, and I think that this is interesting because we already heard from the ranking member that there is already an attestation. So now you're saying, well, it's all right because we're going to allow them to do basically an affidavit, an attestation. That's what is already required, is an attestation.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? Like, if you're saying, well, you can just attest that you're a U.S. citizen, well, that's what voters already do when they register to vote. You're just designing it with additional paperwork to stop people who would otherwise vote from voting. It's just voter suppression. Release. Like just full stop. And like, not only that, this is such a non-problem. But part of the issue here is that Republicans live inside of a bubble where for decades they have been told time and time again that the real reason that elections are going towards Democrats is because undocumented folks are voting. Oh, well, the elections are rigged because the undocumented are voting. That's why the wealthy liberal elite want immigrants and refugees to come here. It's so that they can rig the elections by letting everyone vote illegally. Like, that is the genuine argument that many, many, many Republicans believe. And it's utterly insane and nonsense because the Heritage Foundation, which those of you who are out there know as the organization that wrote up Project 2025 for Donald Trump and the Trump administration, has a database where they track all of the voter fraud since 1980. They found 68 cases of non-citizens voting in that time. Not the millions per year that Donald Trump alleges vote in these elections. 68. That is 68 votes in the last 40 years. In all of those 40 years, in all of those elections, over 1 billion votes have been, like, tallied. The rate of voter fraud by non-citizens in this country is below 0.0001%. And in order to prevent 0.0001% of voter fraud, Republicans are, for some reason, arguing that we should disenfranchise 21 million people. It doesn't make sense unless the goal is actually to disenfranchise people, just to be 100% clear.
But now you're going to make them attest and then go out and have to spend all that money to get those underlying documents. And I mean, that's a huge concern that I have. The other one is that you have eliminated the ability of people to register to vote, providing documentation, unless they do it.
Oh, come on. Why are we having trouble with this?
In person. I represent a huge rural area. My voters, people who are eligible to vote in my area, might need to travel 5 hours, 4 hours round trip because we have a lot of space between us. We love those little towns and villages, but that's not where the county clerk's office is. And I have a major problem with the fact that, what are they going to do? Like, who's going to help them pay for that gas? Is there any way to help them pay for that gas? Can they apply for anything to help pay for that gas? Can they
And like this line of questioning here is designed specifically to ask, hey, is this not a roundabout method of imposing a poll tax? Because not everyone has the money to travel 6 hours round trip. Not everyone has the time to spend 6 hours round trip. Not everyone has the ability to get childcare. Not everyone has the ability to like pay up the cost of travel and the cost of the documents that they need, you know? A lot of people in America don't have, for example, their birth certificates, and they don't have an easy way of replacing said birth certificates. And shocking, I know many of you might be shocked to learn this, but this is a problem specifically with birth certificates that is more prevalent among the African American communities in America, largely again due to socioeconomic disparities that are the legacy of Jim Crow and slavery and such. And that's exactly why Republicans tailor these bills in the way that they do, because they are trying to cull out likely left-wing voters.
What are they going to do in terms of childcare?
Good God. Forbes breaking news. What is wrong with you? Goodness.
So they can go register to vote during working hours. Because Winter County Clerk's office is open, Mr. Chairman Style.
It depends on the jurisdiction.
Generally, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
Not during election season in the state of Wisconsin, but that may be the case in New Mexico.
Yeah. But generally, that's when they're open. And I think that that's the problem with this legislation, is it puts all this burden on eligible citizens who are going to be deterred from voting. Ranking Member.
I do want to comment on that, because particularly for rural voters, and I hear my good friend Mr. Griffith, who also serves on Committee on House Administration. I've heard him say several occasions talking about the needs of rural voters. So think about this: 80 million rural Americans, many of whom register to vote online or via mail currently, have to travel significant distances now under this bill. And by the way, its registration is largely, for all the talk about voter ID, I haven't said a word about voter ID during this whole conversation. It's about registering, the difficulty in registering. They did narrow the number of things that states currently allow for voter ID, make it harder and harder. That is an actual fact of this. Student ID is no longer. But now you're going to have to drive. And just to, for instance, Inyo County, California, some voters would have to travel 378 miles round trip to their designated election office in order to register. 7 hours of driving. I don't know, does that sound like a burden to anybody? 7 hours in the car to register to vote? Save Act would force voters in Mojave County, Arizona, to drive over 500 miles, crossing state lines several times in order to get to designated election offices. That doesn't seem extreme to anybody? You're going to turn over your data to the Department of Homeland Services and Christy Nome. You're going to have to drive, in some cases, particularly rural voters, hundreds of miles, hours and hours in the car. And by the way, God forbid you get to the election office after traveling 3.5 miles with another 3.5 mile trip to go home, and you forgot something that was one of your documentary proofs of documentation. God forbid, because that means you can't exercise your God-given inalienable right to vote as an American citizen. That's like, this is the party of small government. This is the party of rural voters. This is the party of participation. Really? I just mentioned all this. It is, to me, everybody glosses over that and wants to talk about voter ID. I haven't said a word about that. But think of these barriers. Think about, and then giving Homeland Security access to private
he did mean 3.5
voter
hours.
information. Boy, that should be enough to just get everyone to have real concerns about this bill, which was not marked up in committee.
Right, and the whole issue, because this bill doesn't sit here in a vacuum. This bill sits here with the statement that you made. Because what Trump asked for is Republicans to nationalize our federal elections. Trump asked and suggested that ICE officers, masked ICE officers with guns who've already killed citizens, are going to show up at our polling places. People are terrified. People are terrified of this. And it is called voter suppression because it doesn't exist in a vacuum. And the reason that people are worried about our election integrity is not because there's been widespread fraud, because as my colleague said, fraud gets prosecuted. It gets prosecuted. And interestingly enough, it tends to be more Republican than Democrat from some of the cases that we've seen. But they're worried because your president and your party have spent a long time denying elections and saying that he won places he did not, asking to find votes. This fits within a moment of time where there is an attack on elections and on election integrity. And you know, the thing is that Republicans keep lying to the American people, right? They keep telling us that somebody who was holding a phone was going to massacre ICE officers even when we saw it with our own eyes. And then they want to blame immigrants. And
it is really nice to watch like this tag team of just bodying this particularly odious piece of legislation. It's kind of like watching like Goku and Vegeta team up against like Frieza or something. It's nice. I like it.
We've already said immigrant voting is statistically, and we've already said immigrant voting is statistically meaningless. But what they are afraid of is the people who are going to vote. Republicans are afraid of the women vote. They're afraid of the people of color, of working families, and even given the tariffs that are.
And by the way, Republicans are afraid of women voting, which is why the name change thing is in there. Like, the name change thing is not in the SAVE Act to target trans people per se. Though they might, like, honestly, if you asked Republicans about it, they might say it's to do with like trans people doing fraud or whatever. But in reality, it is designed to attack women and women's suffrage, you know, essentially. A lot of these folks, a lot of these people do not believe that women should be able to vote. They won't say that openly in debate. They won't say that openly on Capitol Hill, but they talk about it in their, you know, buddy clubs, you know, with their bros while smoking cigars and chuckling about some kind of misogynistic comment. You know, like they do not, Republican men in Congress are more than willing to go along with attempting to disenfranchise tens of millions of women so that they can get an edge in their election. 100%. 100%. And like, I gotta be honest, you know, when I watched or heard about The Handmaid's Tale, because I only recently watched the first season, I was like, that sounds really heavy-handed. But like, genuinely in the current moment we're in, where like they're past, they want to, this piece of legislation, the Save America Act, would mean that women have to attest to their eligibility to vote if they are married. I mean, that is some dystopian bullshit right there.
Beating people up and that Republicans are going to vote for, or maybe not in the rule, they're going to vote for tariffs. When Republicans vote for that rule tonight, they're voting for tariffs, and Americans don't like it. And instead of Republicans changing their policies, they're going to change the rules of who gets to register to vote and how expensive is it and how difficult is it. And that's different than using this ID to go and vote. This is about registering to vote. And I think that really is the key thing. Representative Ranking Member Morale, I am the last Democrat on here, so I want to give you a chance. Is there anything that you've heard that you want to clarify.
Well, I thank you, and I appreciate the debate here, and which I'm sure will rage on. But this is ultimately making it extraordinarily difficult for millions of Americans to vote. You know, in some cases, you'd have to take a plane in Alaska just to register to vote because there's no other way to get to your polling place. 15 million rural Americans would have to travel to register an average of 259 miles to register to vote. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know about anybody else, but that seems to me to be an extraordinary burden to be able to avail yourself of your right to participate at the ballot. So we're going to continue to highlight this. And
yeah, Von 400, we are not angry enough. So many more people need to be angrier.
Urge in the strongest terms that members reject this.
Thank you very much. And with that, Madam Chair, I would just like to point out that I have a chart here that's not dated. Otherwise, I would enter it into the record because it shows that in state after state after state, when there is that red line, it's because we are imposing more restrictive requirements on the states for registering and voting. And that's what they are, is they're just making it harder. They're making it more expensive. They're going to charge you more for your right to vote. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
God. So, Geir Robelson, do we have any idea how likely it is that this legislation passes? So, my understanding right now is that this bill, the Save America Act, is up for a vote in the Senate. And thus far, Republicans have only been able to coalesce behind 50 votes, which means that if Republicans decide to destroy the filibuster, which they could do, J.D. Vance could step in as the tie-breaking vote, and essentially they could pass the Save America Act if they are willing to destroy the filibuster. However, it remains to be seen whether or not Republicans are willing to shatter that basic protection that they will certainly need to rely on after the midterms. And the other part of this is, you know, we need to make sure Democrats, for their part, don't cave and vote for this in order to look tough on crime or whatever the fuck, you know? So the entire situation here is dependent on two things: Republicans not destroying the filibuster and Senate Democrats staying strong. So that is why you should call your senators and make sure that they are not going to cave and vote for this Save America Act. Okay? It's super, super, super important. Perhaps they calculate that this guarantees the midterm. Essentially, what the Save America Act is intended to do is to prevent Democrats from getting a majority in the House and the Senate. Their goal is to try and keep control of Congress after the midterms, or at the very least, not allow Democrats to have control of Congress. And this is why, you know, the name of the stream here includes Donald Trump is panicking, because the worry that he has is that if Democrats win the House and the Senate, something that is within the realm of possibility, given the range of swings we've been seeing of, you know, 15, 20, 30, 40-point swings in some of these special elections. If Democrats win the House and the Senate, then he can be impeached and convicted. So Donald Trump is very motivated to do whatever he can to make sure Democrats do not win Congress. And so, you know, we'll have to see what happens here. But he is very afraid. It's why he is constantly posting about these things. And I also want to say, it's worth noting here that they are actively trying to make getting documentation for voting harder. This is a story from the AP just a couple days ago. State Department orders nonprofit libraries to stop processing passport applications. Because again, the name of the game here is to slow everything down. Yes, Brassman, Democrats would need 60 senators to convict. My point is, if they win a majority in the Senate and actually have impeachment and conviction proceedings going, there are enough Republicans looking to break away from Donald Trump, especially after the midterms, where they get slaughtered, that they might be willing to, or at least a handful of them might be willing to vote to convict. But yes, it does require 60 votes to convict. But yeah, the name of the game here is voter suppression. Make it as hard as possible to actually get your passport, get your documentation for the bullshit, hoops that they needed to jump through, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. God. And like, I gotta be honest, people don't like this. Generally speaking, even Republicans don't like this.
And elections is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that it may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country through the days that we have, knowing that people can trust it. And elections.
Yeah, Trump was super unpopular during his last term and still Republicans didn't break to convict because he had a future in politics. They knew he was going to run again. This time, however, there's going to be very little downside to voting to convict him. That's the point is, this time is not last time. And I feel like that's pretty obvious from like all of the material circumstances that are at play at this point. Like, the idea that any of these Republicans feel loyalty to Trump is laughable. They don't. They are all looking for an excuse to put a knife in his back the second it benefits them more than it hurts them. God. And I've been reading through a lot of takes about like, hey, what do we do? You know, if we're worried about an attempt to if we're worried about an attempt to subvert the election and election integrity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, what do we do? And the conclusion that I really come down to here is we got to get more involved. That means organizing with your local Dems, means organizing with your local DSA, but it might also mean volunteering with your local election. Volunteer to be a poll watcher. Volunteer to work the election in your local area. If you are worried about it, get involved with it and help run it yourself. You can do that. All kinds of people chip in to help run election sites. You can too. You can be part of that bulwark that keeps them safe and secure. You know? And again, I know that might not sound like much, but it will ground you in the reality of how these things work, as opposed to the abstract notion of how they work. And I also just want to point out here that yes, Donald Trump is now talking about aliens, and it's really weird. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects, and any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America. Like, this, I gotta be honest with you, this is the ultimate, like, break glass in case of emergency type of move. You know, like, oh man, my poll numbers are slipping. Oh geez, what do I do? Aliens. People like aliens. People like Independence Day. Let's, yeah, the aliens. They're legit. Don't pay any attention to my haters. Pay attention to the aliens. Meanwhile, how are other things going when looking at various folks running in elections? Here's John Ossoff. What's he up to?
What you can all clearly see. You can see it, right? Our nation is afflicted and in crisis. Americans losing insurance in the middle of chemo, hospitals closing down services to fund tax cuts for the very wealthiest people, masked federal agents profiling, brutalizing, and killing American citizens. And maybe amidst all the cruelty and the chaos, you start to feel a little doubt, and you start to wonder whether our republic can survive it. A government transformed into a tool of one man's vengeance and enrichment. A spiritually broken president who digs the moral pit deeper and deeper.
Who is this fella? This is John Ossoff. He's running for re-election in the Senate down in Georgia.
But Pastor, Proverbs says, whoever digs a pit will fall into it. And Scripture is full of kings brought low by their own arrogance. Ahab surrounded himself with 400 yes men, false prophets paid to affirm the king's delusions. And those delusions led him to his defeat. And among today's false prophets are the election deniers, who indulge this president's obsession with overturning the 2020 election. Now, hear me when I say this. They tell a lie so absurd and therefore so debasing to tell that the act of telling it proves the teller's total and humiliating submission. First, I will
I mean, like, it's the big lie, right? It's the big lie. He's correct. And, like, the fact that he's able to go into a church and, like, essentially preach like this, I mean, like, I don't know. It's not going well for Donald Trump, I'll tell you that much. Speaking of folks in the Senate, though, like, let's just take a quick look. Oh, what's that? Here's Senator John Curtis from Utah saying DHS Secretary Noem has lost trust following the Minneapolis shooting. Like, the Trump coalition is fragile right now. It is fragile as hell right now, and it is beginning to fracture under the weight of Epstein, under the weight of the fact that Trump is rapidly losing utility with every day that gets closer to the general election. He's in a whole lot of hot water, and he's losing. He's losing constantly. Here's just from earlier today. The Department of Education has ended its directive that attempted to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in schools nationwide. They don't have the ability to keep up this assault on our democracy. They're losing steam. And they're going to try bigger and bolder and more destructive things because that is what a wounded animal does. You know? Additionally, folks like Marissa Kabas here are winning cases in court that allow them to have, for example, the entirety of the DC Metropolitan Police body cam footage related to the Doge raid on the U.S. Institute of Peace. All of these weird, deeply illegal things that have been done over the past year and some change are going to be brought into the light, and people are going to start being held responsible for it. It's not going to be one of those things where we just like, oh, well, it turns out Big Balls was just being a cool dude. Why can't you just leave him alone? And no, it turns out actually a lot of these people have committed colossal crimes against the United States government. And in some of these cases, there's some evidence to indicate that they committed those crimes in furtherance of another nation's objectives. I can never get out of my head the fact that a huge amount of data was transported to Russia following Doge insertion into various parts of the government. And like Donald Trump is in a wretched state. Lowest poll numbers that he's had. Lowest support on his number one issue that he's ever had. People are organizing in the streets. People are swinging elections that have never swung to Democrats before. They are, in fact, beating him everywhere. Like, if you can lose in as a MAGA candidate in deep red MAGA territory, oh man, Donald Trump's in trouble. Oof, Donald Trump's in trouble. And he knows it. He knows that as we get closer and closer to the midterms, it means that his hour of having unfettered power is coming to a close. And it means that an age of accountability is going to dawn. Because a Congress controlled by Democrats can haul Kristi Noem, can levy contempt, can, in fact, do a whole lot of things to curtail the worst things that Donald Trump has done to date. And it effectively renders him impotent for the next 2 years until a general election where he will, old and frail and ailing, slough off into the night to be hated by virtually everyone. And he's deeply scared of that. He is someone who has his entire life tried to cultivate an image of power, of vitality, of being liked by everybody. And ultimately, he will die alone and sad and confused and scared. Surrounded by people who know exactly the kind of monster he is. So, that's why he's freaking out over the midterms. That's why he's pushing this SAVE Act. And like, he convinced Republicans to gerrymander their states, but the swings we're seeing might render all of that a weapon against himself. He's done so. And like, he's gonna try a lot to try and get himself out of this. It's one of the reasons I'm really, really worried about the massive troop buildup off the coast of Iran. Because I suspect that he is going to try and use a conflict with Iran in order to essentially boost his poll numbers. And like he's willing to kill people in order to do it. He's willing to start a colossal regional conflict in order to try and become more popular. It's sickening. And I truly hope better heads prevail and that does not come to pass. But a wounded animal is when it's the most dangerous. And he's wounded. So folks, let's get organized so that whatever happens with the Save America Act, whatever happens with, you know, the voting situation in ICE, whatever happens, we need to get organized so that we can keep one another safe and so that we can make sure that we can make it to the elections and vote. You got to get organized. We got to beat these bastards. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, reach out on Discord to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out for help with Dems to Dragonfly. And let's all get prepared and get moving on this. Last but not least, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button. Please consider leaving a comment as well. Comments really help in the algorithm. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It's super cute and attractive and supportive, and it's genuinely the best underwear I've ever worn in my life. And I'm wearing it right now. It's super comfortable. So check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Oof. Oh, God. Folks, we've been going for about 4 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of today's show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do the things, click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, Let's go! Your hair looks good. Thank you. I got it all covered in sweat, and then I did housework for a lot of the day. What's actually going on at the moment in Iran? Has the regime full control again? I mean, how many tens of thousands of people did they slaughter? We all know that this isn't the reason for the Sable Ratlin. Indeed. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciated. Very, very much. Thank you for supporting the stream. Folks like you make it possible for me to do what I do. Your hair is positively chef's kiss. Thank you, Tay and Acid. I appreciate it. Not too forward of you at all. So yeah, my understanding is that Iran's regime has full control. I don't think that was in doubt at the moment. And one of the things that tends to reinforce Iran's control is, in fact, U.S. aggression. So this is not going to destabilize Iran so much as restabilize it in a way that is not really great for anyone involved. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. Oof. I hate the regime personally. Yeah, I mean, Iran's government is not great, but it's also kind of a true fact that, like, Iran's government is not going to be improved by the US bombing it. Wonder why they have such strict regimes. Could it be that there's an evil empire that is out there and would colonize and enslave them? I mean, the United States already did that. Yeah. It worked so well in Iran last time when we reimposed the Shah. Famously, that didn't that went extraordinarily well, and there were no problems whatsoever. God. Okay. Maybe we could do this. I think we can do this. Y'all ready for another segment? Also, for real, the secret to my hair looking good today, for those of you wondering, I ran on my elliptical for 45 minutes, got super drenched in sweat, and then I just put it up into a messy bun and went about my business all day, and that's it. That's what I did. And then I let it wait. Then I put hairspray in it while it was still in a bun, which then allows it to kind of maintain these curls. It's fun. Camera filters? Nah, I don't have any camera filters on. People do salt spritz. Yeah, just the au natural salt sprit. You know? Spritz. Sweat maxing? Hell yeah. Let's embrace the Gen Alpha slang. Yes, I was on the elliptical in a sauna while wearing blue jeans, my preferred workout outfit. Optional Andromeda A1, thank you for the $1.49. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. How is the whole milk in the hot tub afterwards? Delicious. I could feel the proteins congealing in my gut as God intended. The blue jeans sauna combo pleases the worm. At this point, I don't know what gesture gooning is, and I'm too afraid to ask. Well, two dads smooching. Number one, it's not gesture gooning, it's jester gooning. Where you rely on your comedic charisma in order to goon over ladies. I'm out here jester maxing at all times. There you go. There you go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Unpasteurized milk in hot tub. The only drink with more bacteria than the hot tub. Hey, it's to promote good gut health or something. Yeah. That's why Robert F. Kennedy Jr. eats only the freshest roadkill. He's working his way up to the most rancid roadkill. How to get the lead belly perk IRL. I thought Kid Rock was the roadkill. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. allegedly did intend to eat Kid Rock whole, but realized too late that Kid Rock was too famous and too rich and would go noticed if he disappeared. Ate Kid Rock's whole milk? Indeed, skit kits. Lower gas prices encourage driving, thus increasing roadkill, providing free meat to the people. My policy is genius and without flaws. Nova Sky Blessed, he's RFK Jr. is simply Nurgle's chosen, you know? Just full stop. All right, let's jump into this. Let's do this. So, folks, let's talk a little bit about ICE. What's ICE been up to? Hey, I haven't been hearing that much about ICE in Minnesota these days. Last I heard, Tom Homan said that they were sending all of their ICE agents away. So, yay! Minnesota won! We defeated Donald Trump and ICE, and now there's no more problems. Finally, we can go back to our idyllic ways like ice fishing and comparing walleye sizes and claiming that we invented maple syrup, not those damn Canadians. But wait, what's this? Oh, ICE agents are still here in Minnesota. Huh. Also, courts have ruled 4,400 times that ICE jailed people illegally, and it hasn't stopped. Detained immigrants have filed more than 20,000 lawsuits seeking their release. And there are only 700 Justice Department attorneys deployed to represent the government in immigration cases. So, what you're getting here is that a lot of people are just being detained indefinitely because there aren't even enough lawyers to adequately go through their cases. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, you know, surely the national conversation has changed, right? Like, surely on the national level, people are discussing what was revealed in Minnesota, and that the masked agents abducting and killing people are bad, right? Right?
Here, and as the midterms approach, and I'm just kind of following the pressure points of the administration, one of them does appear to be economic, and we can talk more about that. You know, I know they want to make affordability front and center, but the stories that I keep hearing are, you know, again, my mother-in-law has to show her ID on the train. That's never happened before. Like, people are carrying documentation around because they're concerned, okay, just on the off chance someone comes. What do you say to the public? This is stuff I'm hearing for the first time that wasn't even happening a few months ago. Are people overreacting to what they observe is a higher pattern of being checked, right? People who are naturalized citizens. You know, do you know what I'm saying? So what is your message to the public about these events and whether they should expect more or less of that going forward, especially at a time when the administration might have other things it wants to talk about, but seems to be okay with letting this state of affairs go on?
Well, the president ran very clear on restoring law and order and making our streets, and our cities safer. As far as people having to show ID, I don't know what it's like all around the country. I can just speak about my own experience with our state and what you see here in Washington, D.C. You're not seeing that. There's nothing to hide. If you're here legally, there's nothing to hide. There's no reason to hide. Most people already are walking around with a government-issued ID, meaning your real ID or your driver's license. And anywhere you go, if you go board a train here, you got to show your ID, right? If you go board a plane here, you got to show your ID. If you go into the bank to withdraw money or open an account, you got to show money. If you go into a store and you want to buy alcohol, or a restaurant, you want to buy alcohol, you got to show your ID. So everybody's already used to doing that. Some of this stuff that you see, I can't say.
Yeah, so being stopped on the street ain't so bad by a random government official in a mask with a gun, who demands to see your ID, and if you cannot comply fast enough, they take you to a concentration camp and torture you until you agree to be deported from the country. I don't see what's so wrong about that.
It's overreacting because I haven't experienced it, and those that are in my state haven't experienced it. Maybe that might be happening, but if you're just obeying the law and you're working with law enforcement, you don't have that pressure. We're
here, and
also, important piece of information that you might be lacking from his explanation, which is, it turns out ICE agents don't give a shit if you have ID or not. You can have all the ID in the world. They're literally just pulling people out of their homes and out of their cars because they feel like they can, and because they want to make their quotas that they get bonuses for. And turns out you still make quota even if you bring in someone who is an American citizen. Like, there are so many cases here in Minnesota of people who've been pulled out of their cars and their IDs are found in the car. Yeah, they've been throwing people's IDs away. They've been selling people's phones after they're detained. It's a whole thing. It is lawlessness incarnate. Well, it's not that big of a deal. Like, if you have an ID and you're not a criminal, then you got nothing to fear. That's only true if you think that ICE agents only adhere strictly to the law, which they absolutely do not do. And you know what? Let's check in with a real Minnesota politician. Okay, Tom Emmer. Let's check He knows what's happening here in the state. Let's see what he's got to say.
Another reform that they're claiming they want is they want ICE agents, immigration and customs enforcement agents, to identify themselves, to show identification. But they don't want identification for voters in elections. I mean, this stuff is just intellectually inconsistent. Another reform that they're
Well, there's a pretty big difference between someone voting in an election for which you have to register to vote and someone who's a federal agent who's wearing a mask and walking around your community with a gun and like 24 of his friends, also all masked with guns, who are staking out your local school so that they can abduct children and or parents or staff from said school. And maybe unaccountable government agents with guns and the authorization to use force is actually really, really bad. You effectively have government endorsed vigilantes here. They do not comply with any kind of law. But hey, you know what? Maybe these ICE agents are totally chill. Maybe they're totally fine. Hey, let's take a look at this video that's completely unrelated, probably, from earlier this month here in Minnesota. Oh no! It looks like some people are having some car trouble. Oh no! Oh, those two ladies are having trouble with their car. Okay, and this kind man is coming out to help them with their car. Don't move! Hey! Yeah, so this is how ICE is operating these days in Minnesota. In suburban and rural areas, they're putting out people who pose as folks who need help. And well-meaning, well-intentioned folks stop and help them. And suddenly, 3 unidentified cars roll out of nowhere, illegally block the road, and, 7 guys jump out to tackle and run down one guy. It was a trap. Yes. It was a trap. Yeah, those two women with the car trouble, they're ICE agents. That's what's going on with ICE these days. Here is a local DFL politician, Representative Gomez, talking about how Republicans have been treating folks in the state of Minnesota.
The federal government wanted to separate us. They thought that we would turn on each other. They thought, you know, if we blame immigrants for every problem in this country, that regular working class people are facing, if we blame immigrants, if we're effective enough at blaming immigrants for the price of food, the price of utilities, the price of rent, the price of everything going up, if we blame the immigrants effectively for how hard it's become to make a way in this country as a working person, then maybe, their thinking goes, just maybe, they won't notice the billionaires in Trump's cabinet and the billionaires who are lined up behind President Trump at his inauguration, and the fact that they're all in the Epstein files, and the fact that they're a part of the largest child sex trafficking ring we've ever known about.
Madam Speaker, for what purpose do you rise? What order of business are we on?
Members, we are on the suspension of rules for the Long Amendment. Please confine your comments to the suspension of rules for the Long Amendment. Representative Gomez.
Thank you. We were talking about the Epstein files, Madam Speaker. I'm interested that that was the first time that my lengthy remarks were interrupted. The federal government wanted.
So interesting. You know, like the federal government here and Republicans in general are, as this shows, attempting to break the social contract. You know, as ICE's actions have shown, it is an attempt to break the spirit of the people of Minnesota. It is an attempt to turn the people of Minnesota against one another. And that attempt is not unique to Minnesota. That is happening everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, like, it's happening in places you never would have thought to look. For example, I want to point to this article from about a week ago. Army veteran deported despite pending appeal. He served his country. Like in this story, Wade, a lawful permanent resident who lived in the United States for more than 50 years, was deported earlier this month after an immigration judge denied his motion to reopen a removal order that had been entered in absentia years ago. His attorney told military.com that the case is now before the Board of Immigration Appeals and that the Department of Homeland Security can allow Wade to return while the appeal is reviewed. But they literally are targeting a guy who is an Army veteran. Like, he served his country and they're deporting him after he lived here for 50 years, half a century. Like, if you are, if you're under the illusion, if you're a Republican and you're under the illusion that, like, oh, you're going to be fine if you just hang out in, like, conservative coded spaces like the military, or if you're, you know, rural or suburban, like, you're going to be fine. No, you're not, in fact, going to be okay. They're going to come at you and for you wherever you are, especially if they consider you an easy target. And one of the reasons, and part of what is going on here, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit more depth later on, is that, at least here in Minnesota, what they realize is that operating within cities means encountering a lot of resistance. A lot of people who have been trained, a lot of people who are ready for ICE to be in their communities and have mobilized sufficiently to push them out. And so what they're trying now is to expand out from the cities and into the suburbs and into the rural areas where people are less trained and less ready and less organized. Okay? They're going after the weaker areas first. It's a change in tactics. But also, they're now attempting these harder core tactics in other places. So I want to show you guys video of an elementary school in New Jersey. A bus stop. Full of elementary school students.
And fifth grade students running. Fourth and fifth grade students running from the presence of ICE agents. That's what the Lindenwood School District says happened this morning as children waited for their school bus. According to the district, the presence of ICE agents at the Woodland Village apartment complex in South Jersey sparked fear and confusion among the kids.
This time I was so in panic because it was my first time seeing them in person.
In another video, children scattered in different directions, one child yelling in Spanish, ICE is there. The kids are still wearing their backpacks because it's 8 a.m. Thursday morning and they were waiting for the yellow school bus to take them to school. The third video shows what appears to be federal agents standing outside a unit waiting for someone to open the door.
Mi papá se bajó y ya cuando todos iban bajando, mi papá corrió.
10-year-old Hugo Cuello, speaking with his mom's permission, told NBC 10 that his dad was the person ICE was looking for. He says he was standing with his mother when he saw several cars pull up, and that's when he warned the other kids. The ICE officers were present. Valerie was one of those students.
We all ran all the way over there, and some ICE people were chasing us.
She says she ran to a neighbor's house looking for refuge from an adult because her mother was at work.
It makes me feel like sad because some people are leaving this country without their parents.
In a social media post, the Lindenwood School District says the bus driver acted quickly, circling back through the parking lot multiple times to make sure the students were safely picked up. The district says the students arrived at school visibly upset and emotional.
They were really scared because they were scared that they took their parents or something happened to them.
The district went on to say, our students deserve to feel safe while waiting for their school bus and while attending school each day. Please know we are here to support your children and your family. Shaira Arias, NBC 10 News.
This, by the way, is not going unnoticed by folks in New Jersey, by the way. Shout out to this absolute Chad turning out in the aftermath of this incident.
And if you could just tell me again why you said that you came out tonight.
So, I've never protested before in my entire life, but sorry.
It's all right.
I watched 4th and 5th grade kids run away from our own government. I never want to see that again. And I'm not going to stand by and watch my neighbors run away scared. That's not Camden County, that's not New Jersey, and it's not the United States. I love the United States, I love New Jersey, and I love Camden County, I love Lindenwood too. But that's not what, we are. It's not who we are. And I decided I was going to come out here and stay with you guys and be part of this, because I never want to see a child ever run away from our own government ever again. Sorry about getting emotional.
That's okay. Thank you.
People hate this shit. People are angry. People are getting more and more angry, and one of the grave miscalculations of their new strategy here is that this Trump administration thinks that by pushing out into other areas of the country, pushing out into suburbs, pushing out into the rural areas of the country, that they're going to find allies in this endeavor. And the reality is, and they don't realize it yet, is that they are making a coherent and structured organizational apparatus that is nationwide, that brings all of us together in order to fight these absolute ghouls. Okay? Like, what ICE is doing right now is also stupid from the perspective of, where are most ICE supporters living? They're living in rural areas of the country. And it turns out for a lot of conservative folks, They love this stuff when it is abstract. They love watching what their perceived political enemies suffer. And I gotta say that that's all well and good until suddenly the masked armed men are stealing your kids in your rural town. Like, this strategy is going to end poorly with rural folks shooting up ICE agents, or conversely, with pissing off and mobilizing conservatives against the very government that they supported, which is going to get I think it's going to have a lot of long-lasting implications that will absolutely destroy the Republican Party. You know? Like, when this stuff comes home to them, they hate it. They hate it. Now, let's just take a look at this. ICE drawdown indications point to steady enforcement activity outside the Twin Cities. It's been almost a week since the federal government announced that officials plan to draw down the number of federal agents in Minnesota. While people on the ground are skeptical about the government's statements and Homeland Security isn't releasing any updates on agent numbers or arrests, it does appear from anecdotal reports that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has shifted its activities from the core cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul to the state's suburbs, exurbs, and small towns. It was on the very day last week that Trump administration's border czar, Tom Homan, announced that some federal agents were departing Minnesota, that attorney John Hayden's client was arrested. The man is a mechanic who was born in Mexico. Hayden said the man may have been put at ease by the announcement that the federal government was winding down its operations. When two women popped the hood on their vehicle and knocked on his door, uh-oh. You mean that video we saw not that long ago? Interesting. The man went outside to help. The arrest was captured on video. He's been there for maybe 10 seconds, then the other cars pull up and surround him, and a bunch of agents jump out and tackle him, essentially restraining him and taking him away. His 6 kids are now without their father. These sorts of tactics by federal agents undermine the federal government's claims that they're targeting the worst of the worst, Hayden said. You're not finding them going out and helping their neighbors with their car troubles. This whole campaign of just going out and finding vulnerable people, good people, people who are following the rules, it's just another example of blowing the pretext of this whole operation. Hayden has filed about a dozen habeas petitions on behalf of clients in the last 2 weeks. He says he'll be encouraged to see the number of arrests start to slow down, but it unfortunately won't be because the federal government and ICE are following the law or starting to listen to courts, because they've arrested so many people who are trying to follow the process, including clients of his who've shown up for scheduled immigration check-ins. The political theater that this administration wanted to put on is going to wind down, but it's still a lot of harm done. Hayden said, the damage will be felt for decades to come as the children of these individuals kind of grow up with that distrust of law enforcement. The fear of social services, fear of doing things the right way, it's a tragedy. Although advocates say there are fewer volunteers observing ICE activities in outstate Minnesota, there have been a number of high-profile actions, including a car crash involving federal agents in Mankato and the arrest of restaurant workers in Rochester. State Senator Doron Clark has been regularly observing ICE agents in his Minneapolis district since the surge started. He said federal agents arrested people on Monday, on the morning of Homan's announcement, but it's been much quieter than in previous weeks. Volunteers are still patrolling the neighborhoods. As ICE moves their activities outside of the metro area, there's growing concern that some authorities in other parts of the state may cooperate more closely with the agency. 8 Minnesota counties and 1 city currently have 287G agreements with federal government, allowing them to question residents about immigration status and keep people in custody for the federal government. What we are seeing today with this push for 287G agreements is the systemic implementation of a draconian expansion of a program already condemned due to racial profiling and civil and human rights abuses that have cost taxpayers in the millions of dollars because of lawsuits, according to the group's open letter. 287G is a deliberate construction of a nationwide dragnet. And that's true. Which is why wherever you are, you need to get organized. You need to join your Dems. You need to join your local DSA. You need to do the work in order to make sure the place you live is not openly collaborating with ICE, with DHS. It is super, super important to get organized because it is how we keep ourselves safe from this weaponized military force that is being used against us. Okay? Link to the article, here you go. It's from NPR. I'll link it in all the chats. There you go. There you go. There you go. But what we're seeing is not, in fact, a decrease in ICE in Minnesota. What we are seeing is a shift in tactics to focus on less organized parts of the state. And, I mean, it's... NPR isn't the only one observing this. The Verge actually reported on this. The less densely populated areas outside the Twin Cities make it harder for protesters and observers to organize. We sat in a parking lot and waited. We watched, knowing we were being watched in return. 2 men, masked and presumably armed, idled in a gray SUV. They're all on this fucking street now. Letty, a lifelong resident of the Minnesota suburbs, told me. ICE had been spotted at a gas station and a mobile home park, and they were here with us now, in a strip mall that was home to a dispensary, an auto parts shop, and little else. I stared straight ahead as Letty monitored the signal chat on her phone. We didn't speak. A knock on the passenger side window startled us both. Earlier, Letty had shown me dash cam footage of a pair of ICE agents pulling up in front of her, getting out of their car, and threatening her with bear mace. This time, the figure on the other side of the glass was friendlier, not an ICE agent, just the manager of the auto shop. We were blocking a loading zone, he said, and he was fine with us loitering in the parking lot, but could we move up our car a bit? Letty was out watching ICE which she tries to do a couple times a week. Eventually, the ICE agents left, and we did too. Letty led us to Sunny Acres, the mobile home park 20 miles south of the Twin Cities, where there had been rumors of ICE activity earlier that morning. We ran into another patroller, and he and Letty exchanged pleasant, cautious hellos, addressing each other by their respective signal code names. He hadn't seen ICE yet, but he worried it was just a matter of time. Letty called a friend whose parents live in Sunny Acres. She figured they could warn their neighbors, most of whom were probably at work. Letty's friend agreed to pass along the message. Are you chasing those motherfuckers right now, he asked. You're crazy. This was my 6th day in Minnesota and my first in Lakeville. After days of fruitlessly searching for ICE in Minneapolis, with Letty's help, I spotted them within minutes of arriving in Lakeville. Letty has lived here her whole life. The reports from the cities have been chilling. ICE breaking people's windows, shipping children off to jails in Texas, and it's happening here too, she said. You always hear about what's happening in the city, she told me, and that's great, but it's like, please don't forget about the suburbs. That's what's happening right now. Did they think people wouldn't notice and wouldn't share what is happening? No, they know that people are going to notice and are going to share, but the issue is it's a much smaller group of people out in the suburbs, you know? You're only dealing with 10,000 people, 20,000 people together in a community rather than, several million in the Twin Cities area. And there's also the problem that suburbs are big, like physically big. So it's easier for ICE to kind of get lost in it, you know? It's harder to detect them. It's harder to organize against them. But it's really important to understand that folks are doing literally everything they can. You know, I just wanted to show this. This is a bunch of folks in the newsroom coming to work in their bathrobes in solidarity with this woman who's a local reporter, who works for NPR News. But this absolutely legendary picture where this reporter ran out of her house and in her bathrobe filmed ICE. That's People are doing literally everything they can right now. Everything they can. We all need to be able to do this. We all need to be able to figure out what we can do and do that thing. That's very Arthur Dent. It really is. But I mean, facing down armed officers who have killed multiple people at this point, and you're in your bathrobe and slippies, you know? And it's cold outside. But you show up anyway. She doesn't feel cold because of pure rage burns in her heart. True. True, true, true. Pure rage and a thirst for justice. I mean, like, this is where we're at locally, chat. This is from just a couple days ago. Ash Wednesday visits for those afraid to leave home. There are so many people in the Twin Cities area in Minnesota who are so afraid to leave their homes that they feel like they cannot even go to observe like some of the holiest holidays that they hold dear. And so the church comes to meet them instead of the other way around. There's a lot of solidarity going around in a lot of different ways. But I will also, I also unfortunately have to let you guys know of some terrible news. Which is that, essentially, the DOJ has filed a new memo doubling down on a policy of going after refugees in America. Okay? Which means that the policy of ICE at the moment, as we speak right now, is that if you are a refugee in America and you do not have your green card after a year of being in the country, then they can detain you and even deport you. Now, what makes this especially fucked up, and I do mean fucked up, is that essentially you cannot even apply to get your green card until you've been in the country for 1 year. So, for those who are unfamiliar with the refugee process, when refugees come into the country, they have already been vetted by the federal government. They have already gone through the process. They are here legally. And the idea here is that while you go, you come into the country, you're here for a year, and then you can apply for your green card. Okay? And what DHS is arguing with this memo is that they have the ability to detain refugees who have been in the United States for over a year and who do not have their green card. Meaning that if you are a refugee in America and you've done everything right and you are here legally and you are following all the steps, DHS still thinks they have the right to arrest you, detain you, and send you to a concentration camp. No. Because Spitfire, you can't immediately get the papers after you are eligible to apply for them. Because you have to, like, go to an appointment. You have to, like, it has to process, you know? And, like, that takes time to do. And in that window, ICE will come after you. Like, there's not, like, a window where you're, like, safe. they are just going to try and come after you. The reason they're doubling down on this policy is because it makes it easy to go after easy targets who are doing things the right way. Because if you're doing things the right way, then you are behaving in a predictable pattern that they can figure out where you're going to be. It's an insane argument to make because effectively they're imagining words into the statute that like, oh, well, they're in our custody and that means they have to physically be in a detention facility, which is not at all what it means to be in custody of an agency. Y'all should read Catch-22. Indeed, indeed. How many people have this refugee status under a year? I don't know the exact numbers, but part of the reason they're pushing so hard for this is because a number of the people that they detained in Minnesota are legal refugees here. And they want to have a stronger pretense to hold all of those refugees, even though holding people who are here legally should not be possible for them, considering that is beyond their jurisdiction. It's a deeply fucked up catch-22. Like, it's different than like asylum seekers. Refugee status is different than seeking asylum in that in order to seek asylum, you have to come into the country and then apply for asylum, whereas refugees have already applied to be refugees in the United States. And then the United States processed them and, vetted them and made sure that they were safe to be here and then allowed them to come here. At no point is a refugee in this country here illegally. Well, they snatch citizens too. Well, yeah, they snatch citizens too, but they don't tend to hold on to those citizens for several months. Do refugees have to do check-ins? I am not entirely sure. I do know that if you want your green card, though, you got to go to your appointments. Here is another update from Minneapolis here from last week.
Hey folks, State Senator Doran Clark out here on Central Avenue this Thursday afternoon here in Minneapolis. ICE is still active. Just this morning at St. Anthony Parkway and Central, they grabbed somebody out of a car. Why? Because he was of Latin descent, it seemingly is the case. Then they've been active all over as well in Fridley, up on Highway 65 in Blaine. Saw them over at St. Anthony Village at the liquor store, at least in the parking lot. And that is what we're seeing still in Minneapolis, despite what Tom Homan said this morning. He's promised that ICE is leaving.
Just as an FYI.
That is what we're seeing still at the liquor store, at least in the parking lot.
Now, if you're wondering why did he say it like this, and it's because a number of ICE agents have been seen drinking on the job or passed out in their vehicles, covered in their own vomit, because a lot of them are drinking very heavily, right? It's become something of a stereotype. That's why he's saying it like this.
At least in the parking lot. And that is what we're seeing still in Minneapolis, despite what Tom Homan said this morning. He's promised that ICE is leaving. He needs to keep that promise, and we need to help him keep that promise by making sure.
Yeah, like they're drunk. They're drunk occupiers. It's genuinely like it would be comical if it was like a film or something,
That we have eyes on the street and that we're filming what's going on. Make sure you are practicing your First Amendment rights, because that's how we make sure that we are keeping neighbors safe and we keep Minnesota, where we welcome our neighbors.
They're genuinely cartoonish buffoons and ruffians, Also, just I know it's not related to Minnesota, but I do have to say, Kyle Clark, man with the plan, absolute kingpin of journalism in Colorado, had a little something to say about ICE activity and the ICE director. Let's check this segment out.
So many times, I'll give you the example of Aurora, Colorado.
It's actually Colorado, but that's not what we're fact-checking. When acting ICE director Todd...
God, I'm sorry. I love 9 News in Colorado. It's my favorite local news station. I don't even live in Colorado, but like, damn, they always fucking body these conservative fuckwads. It's great.
So many times, I'll give you the example of Aurora, Colorado.
It's actually Colorado, but that's not what we're fact-checking. When acting ICE director Todd Lyons testified in front of Congress Thursday, he made this claim about the February 2025 ICE operation in Aurora.
We were going to serve a criminal warrant on an apartment complex of known TDA gang members that was full. We tried to work with the state and local government. They made notifications that the operations were ongoing. So when tactical teams arrived, protesters were already there and the apartment complex was empty.
ICE social media accounts amplified Lyons' comments to Congress. Here is the post that ended with, "Local law enforcement made a public notification of our presence, a decision that could have cost American lives." After we reached out to ICE asking questions about the claim in this post and Lyons' testimony, the social posts were deleted. This morning, we asked ICE and the Department of Homeland Security why they deleted them and which law enforcement they believe leaked the operation. This evening, we still do not have an answer. When we reached out to the city of Aurora about the claim, we got a statement saying the city, including the Aurora Police Department, was not and has not been involved in the development and activation of any federal immigration enforcement plans in Aurora. Perhaps the reason why the Aurora apartment complex, where members of Tren de Aragua were known to live, was empty? On January 24th, 2025, the city of Aurora posted a court-ordered emergency closure of the apartments, letting residents know they needed to be out by February 18th. ICE showed up February 5th. The only evidence we can find that could have tipped off that ICE was coming did not come from local law enforcement. It came from the U.S. government 1 week before the operation in the Denver metro area.
U.S. Northcom says as of yesterday, ICE will be able to stage and process people here at Buckley Space Force Base. They say this is at the request of the Department of Homeland Security.
U.S. Northcom in Colorado Springs confirmed on January 28th that Buckley Space Force Base was being set up to house detainees. Today, U.S. Northcom could not comment when we asked if the military could have cost American lives, using the language from the now deleted.
God, of course they're using the Space Force bases. Jesus Christ. We literally live in the stupidest timeline. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
ICE social post. Buckley Space Force Base referred us to ICE.
So what happens if someone makes a false or inaccurate claim to Congress? Could be considered perjury. We asked ICE if Lyons planned to try to amend his testimony in some way. Again, got no answer. A congressional staffer with knowledge of how this works told me you can make a faithful attempt to correct the record, and that would usually not be considered perjury, but the ultimate decision is up to the attorneys that represent the majority. So in this case, Kyle, the Republican Party attorneys.
Oh! Interesting. So the decision on whether or not to charge someone with perjury would be up to the conservative attorneys working for the GOP. Cool. Yeah. All right. Sweet.
As for the bigger idea of whether people knew the deportation raids were coming to Aurora, I recall a guy that I saw on television in October of the year before who said that the mass deportations were going to start in Aurora.
Yeah, I think the person you're talking about was then candidate Donald Trump.
So many times
Then candidate Donald Trump, indeed. Doxing his own deportation campaign. And that's all not even to touch on the fact that we're now in another era of, hey, we're going to try and deport migrants secretly. We're going to try and do secret deportations now, despite court orders preventing it. Like, we're in the middle of such a deep and profound constitutional crisis right now. Like, I don't think people get it. Like, the U.S. government is directly violating orders of the court that should, under normal circumstances, restrain them from doing stuff like this. But they're still being done, you know? So we have here another situation like deporting folks to CCOT, right? And what's happened here in this story, which to summarize for you, the United States DHS had these 9 different men in custody, and all of these men had orders from various courts protecting them from deportation. And the US government said, well, we're just sending them to Cameroon and transferring them to Cameroon's custody. And now Cameroon is effectively keeping them there until they agree to be sent back to their home countries. Like, that's what they're doing. It's effectively just, we're going to torture you in Cameroon instead of El Salvador. It's so frustrating. Everything about this is wrong. Everything about it is wrong. And, I do have to say, everyone involved in these cases should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Not the victims, obviously, but the perpetrators. The folks who are signing off on deporting these folks, the ground level grunts who are keeping them in shackles, the pilots who are flying them, etc. Like, every single level that has anything to do with this stuff should rot in prison. Okay? Like, let's just take a quick look at another aspect of a group of people who should spend the rest of their days inside of a cell. Private prison company Geo Group excited about mass deportation. CEO tells investors the Trump administration represents an unprecedented opportunity. On today's quarterly earnings call, for-profit prison operator Geo Group CEO J. David Donahue told investors the company is very excited to support the mission at hand. I couldn't be more impressed than watching the agency shift, if you will, or pivot into this new mission, Donahue said, referring to Homeland Security and ICE leadership. It has become laser focused, and we are obviously very excited to support the mission that's at hand. As we've expressed to you previously, we believe we have an unprecedented opportunity to assist the federal government in meeting its expanded immigration enforcement priorities, and we've taken several important steps in anticipation of what we expect to be significant future growth opportunities and related operational activity during 2025. Like, these people need to rot in prison. And I do mean, like, the CEOs of these companies, specifically. Are you ready for I was just following orders? I am ready for that, specifically because in the United States, following the Nuremberg trials, just following orders is not an excuse for following unlawful ones. Investment concentration camps is the sickest argument for socialism possible. Yeah, I mean, like, we've gotten to that point, right? Like, we've gotten to the point where we have privately run venture capital backed concentration camps. We've somehow made concentration camps even worse. Like, God, it's awful. And it is true. Folks are really unhappy with the fact that you know, these concentration camps are attempting to be built or bought everywhere. ICE wants to double their capacity to detain people, which is a colossal red flag and awful development. But luckily, there are some people who are not willing to allow these facilities to be built in their areas. You know, sometimes folks get really, really angry, and I gotta say, this is just when we talk about the wine moms being the vanguard of change, and they're the ones going out there with the most extreme rhetoric. I do mean it. I do mean it. Girl just walked up to a proposed ICE facility and no mask, no nothing. Wearing fucking sandals. Just started spraying and praying. Anyway, the owner of that building is now no longer going to be moving forward with the sale of the company or the sale of the warehouse to ICE. This was in South Kansas City, and yeah, the company that owns the property has confirmed it's no longer moving forward with the sale to the government. And as far as I know, no one got charged with this. No one got charged. Wild stuff. Who could that hero have been? No one will ever be able to tell. It's true. No one will ever be able to tell. A mystery. But also, this is happening everywhere. Not necessarily, a wine mom trying to burn down, or sorry, warm up a proposed ICE holding facility. People are mobilizing in their communities all across this country every day to make sure that their local sheriff's department isn't cooperating with ICE, their local law enforcement isn't cooperating with ICE with those 287G agreements, and also to make sure these proposed facilities do not get built. If you are local to one of these areas where they are looking to buy or build an ICE facility, getting involved in your local government is of paramount importance. Okay? If you know that one is being built near you, if you know that one is being thought about being built near you, then you owe it to everyone in this country, patriotic duty and all, to show up at your local city council meetings and be vocal and be angry at the elected officials until they refuse to allow this building to go forward. Because you can, in fact, make a difference. It is, in fact, possible. Just take a look here real quick. I have a clip I want to play, but it is not readily playable. 1 second. 1 second. Second. Where is it? Deeply frustrating. Where is it? Trying to find a very specific example. It's really hard to find specific examples. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boo. Where was it? God damn it. I know this is thrilling to watch me desperately search for information that'd be really nice for me to have. And yet, here we are. Come on, come on, come on. God damn it. Alright, whatever. We're moving on. Sorry. No, I'm chilling, don't worry. Thanks. Anyway, it was, for those of you wondering, it was a video specifically related to a bunch of folks who had organized to make sure that an ICE warehouse, like a warehouse that was being proposed to sell to ICE, did not get sold, and they were putting pressure on the city government to make that happen, or to prevent that from happening, rather. And folks celebrating in the streets. It's really, really cool because we actually can win. Like, do not take this opportunity to doomer and be befuddle yourself with like, oh no, we're gonna lose. Oh, there's no point in even trying. Oh geez, oh no. Like, no. Don't be like that. We can win. It is in fact extraordinarily possible for us to win. It takes local organizing, which is difficult and frustrating and is the real work of our time, but I want you guys to understand it is possible for us to be victorious. Okay? All right. All right. So just as another couple of things here, there is an ongoing story with a 2-month-old baby who has been in ICE custody in the Texas Dilley facility. And this has been ongoing for some time. The baby was rushed to the hospital, God knows where. So sick, choking on its own vomit, and like, I gotta say, there's no place in America for these facilities. There's no conscionable reason for any of it. It is disgusting in the extreme. And last I checked, the status of the infant was unknown. And like, it's so fucking gross all the time. So fucking gross. Oh, they deported the child hours after hospitalization? Jesus Christ. ICE deported 2-month-old Juan Nicolas to Mexico along with his 16-month-old sister, mother, and father following the infant's hospitalization for respiratory issues and vomiting, which he suffered after spending more than 3 weeks in a Texas detention center run by Core Civic. They deported a sick infant? They did indeed. 2 babies with ages measured in the months. Representative Joaquin Castro, who's been pushing the Trump administration to release Juan and his family, confirmed late Tuesday that they were deported after speaking with the family's attorney, who told the lawmaker that ICE removed them from the U.S. with only the money they had in their commissary, a total of $190. They sent them to another country, a family of 4, with only the clothes on their backs and $190. Like, this makes me want to vomit. It's unconscionably evil. And I gotta say, like, there are other stories. Like, it doesn't just stop. In the future, these I think folks don't really understand the scope of what's happening here. So I'm gonna try my best. When this is all done, we need to turn these facilities into museums so that folks can tour and see exactly what we as a country did. They should be living monuments to the evil that we have perpetrated and live as a stark reminder of what we could become should the worst and least qualified people be put into power again. They should be a warning to all of us. School children should be taken to tour these places. These places that are steeped with the blood and the excrement of people who have been treated like animals. Treated like animals for the equivalent of a goddamn parking ticket. And I want every single person, from the average prison guard to the CEO of Core Civic and Geo Group to the head of DHS and all the way fucking down through every tendril of that organization, I want them to face their day in court. To face their day in front of a jury of their peers, to look them dead in the eye and explain exactly what was going through their minds when they were detaining a 2-month-old child who was on the verge of death from vomiting and coughing because, well, they just didn't belong here. And then I want them to think about their answer for every single day for the rest of their lives in jail.
For perspective, for a crime equivalent to a speeding ticket, ICE murdered a couple's baby, while their toddler had to watch.
Well, to be fair, the 2-month-old baby survived, is still alive, but like, fuck. He's still not okay. He doesn't just simply not have bronchitis anymore. He didn't simply stop needing medical attention. So hopefully he remains okay. But like, Jesus. And this is also terrible. Even in Russia, they don't treat children like this. A family's nightmare in ICE detention. Nikita and his wife, Oksana, fled Russia in desperation 2 years ago, believing America was their only hope of giving their 3 children a life free of fear and oppression. Instead, those children are growing up behind razor wire fences of a South Texas detention center among hundreds of other families swept up in Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. We left one tyranny and came to another kind of tyranny, Nikita said in Russian. Even in Russia, they don't treat children like this. Worms in food, guards shouting orders and snatching toys from small hands, restless nights under fluorescent lights that never fully go dark, hours in line for a single pill. For weeks, she counted down the days until her birthday, telling NBC News she had only one wish: to get out of here, she said. Konstantin, for a sociable boy, is often frightened by loud noises and guards, his parents said. He once cried for hours after a small toy airplane was confiscated. On Monday, the family's attorney, Elora Mukherjee, filed a request for their immediate release on medical grounds. In the letter, Mukherjee, a Columbia Law School professor and director of its Immigrants' Rights Clinic, wrote that the children had been detained for more than 120 days, more than 6 times the 20-day limit set in the federal court agreement governing the detention of minors. Because I do want to really emphasize here, in principle, children who are detained by ICE and DHS are only to be held in custody for 20 days. In practice, they're being held for half a year and a half, however long. This is a really long piece, and I'm going to link it to you guys. But there's one other part that I really wanted to emphasize, because I think it just really underlines the cruelty. see here. Yeah, here we go. On November 16th, a mental health counselor recorded in Camilla's medical records that her mother reported the girl had lost her appetite after being served food that contained worms. A week later, the couple said children were told to gather in the gym for what they believed would be a Thanksgiving celebration. Excitement spread as families saw tables set with turkey, sandwiches, pastries, and pies, they said. The children waited expectantly. But when a parent asked when the celebration would begin, Oksana said, staff told them the holiday meal was for employees, not detainees. The children, she said, watched despondently as the feast was packed away. So they brought all of the families in to watch the jailers and captors who keep them imprisoned eat a Thanksgiving feast in front of them as they starve on worm food. When I say every single person from the top to the bottom that is responsible for this needs to be jailed, I do mean it. Like, there is a level of cruelty and malice, a level of torture here that is unconscionable for anyone involved in it. Like, there's no way you work here and you are somehow still a good person at heart. I'm sorry. There is no fucking way. There is no way you run the financials for Geo Group or Core Civic, and you're the one who's realizing you can save a couple pennies here and a couple pennies there by not giving them enough Advil when they're in pain, not having the right medications stacked up if there's a medical emergency, and not realize that it comes at the cost of real human suffering and real human lives. I'm sorry. Like, you're an accountant at Core Civic? Then you need to fucking quit. You need to fucking quit, and you need to start, like, compiling evidence against your coworkers. All right? Like, the only way that folks should be getting a break when it comes to their complicity with this system is if you're actively compiling evidence against every single fucking person, so that you can be the whistleblower that takes them all down. Inhumanly demonic behavior. Sometimes workers make light of their misery, Nikita said. He recalled showing an officer a piece of moldy cabbage. The guard, he said, put it in his mouth and declared it fine before gagging and spitting it out. Another time, when Nikita asked why his family was being held beyond the 20-day limit, he said a guard told him the long-standing federal settlement setting minimum standards for detaining immigrant children had been overturned. Only later did he learn that wasn't true. In Russia, police tell us, we are the law, as we say goes, Nikita said. We came here and they tell us the exact same thing. Yeah, Amber Brains, there is a report going around. I haven't seen additional substantiation on said report, but the report is that after ProPublica managed to obtain letters written by children in Dili, that staff and jailers at the facility have begun raiding children's rooms in order to look for letters and drawings that might incriminate or make the organization look bad. I think it's important to print those letters off if you can and send them to your elected representatives. Every single member of Congress should have a collection of those letters, torturing them every single day.
Chairman.
Anyway, let's take a look at the one member of Congress that's actually calling for the correct and appropriate course of action here.
My mother, a Guatemalan immigrant and an American, taught me that I have the responsibility to look evil in the eye and to fight it back. Mr. Lyon, Mr. Scott, Mr. Edlow, you have used your power to perpetrate great evil. And it's about time you answer this committee for the lawlessness that you've empowered and defended in your testimony. Mr. Lyons, I want to start with you. And I want to talk about ICE. Because under your leadership, ICE has shot and killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and Renee Good, violated nearly 100 court orders in January alone. You've used banned chokeholds in more than 40 cases, engaged in warrantless arrests despite of a consent decree, and you used children as bait to put 3,800 children in detention. You created traps for people at immigration court who were following the law and doing it the legal way. And you broke the law by entering into people's homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, let's talk about you, Mr. Scott, and CBP next. Under your leadership, CBP has attempted to execute Marimar Martinez, shooting her 5 times and not releasing the footage that you should release so that we can see the evidence, murdered Alex Preddy, used chemical agents dozens of times in Chicago after a judge ordered you to stop, conducted warrantless surveillance and racial profiling, and acted with total disrespect and disregard for the law while engaging in roving patrols, plate switching, dangerous traffic maneuvers, and observer intimidation. Again, criminals act with that total disregard for the law, and we continue to see it. You would both have us talk about respect for your mission and your agents, but your agencies are unaccountable, paramilitary forces, and I have just as much respect for you as I do for the last white men who put on masks to terrorize communities of color. I have no respect for the inheritors of the Klanhood and the slave patrol. Those activities were immoral then and criminal, and so are yours. And
hell yes. Like, I'm glad that there is at least one member of Congress who is willing to call for the abolishment of DHS and ICE. I'm glad that there is at least one member of Congress who is willing to call the acting head of ICE to his face a fucking inheritor of the Klanhood, an inheritor of the slave patrol mantle. We need so much more of this in Congress, and yet these are the absolute turd buckets we're left with. Here's Hakeem Jeffries confronted by Joy Reid and Wajahat Ali.
With impunity.
Representative, may I?
Yes.
I'm going to give you some numbers. Just today, it came out that ICE is using $38 billion to convert warehouses into camps. I'm going to call them concentration camps. Your colleague, Representative Raskin, went to one just yesterday in Maryland and said there were 60 people cramped like sardines in one room who only had access to one toilet. 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. That's from the Cato Institute, a right-wing institute. ICE has killed 8 people this year alone that we know of. 2 of them, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. The latest polls came out this week, AP polls. Over 60% of Americans now disapprove of ICE. That means in 3 weeks, it's gone from 30% to 60%. Now, if I may, I'm going to be a bit blunt here. Leaders lead. And what we've seen is people are impressionable. If you lead on something, people will follow. It seems the wind is behind your back for the first time ever. ICE has a history. CPP has a history of terrorizing Black and brown communities. People are asking themselves, why are we, our taxpayer dollars, paying for masked, lawless men to terrorize our communities, kidnap people, take children, and kill Americans? So I ask you, and I'm doing a following up to Joy because I want an answer to this. You said you want to rein in ICE. I'm saying, I'm talking about the long term now. Why not lead and say abolish ICE? Because what you're telling us is you want our taxpayer dollars to pay for a lawless masked armed agency to continue terrorizing our cities. And I'm trying to figure out how you, as a leader, can be telling Americans that their taxpayer dollars should be going to ICE.
I don't understand anything that you just said. When I spoke English. I don't understand anything that you've just said to me when I've made clear that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them.
You don't understand a single word he just said? You don't. Nah, you understand every single word he said. You understand every single word he said. You just don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer the question because you're a coward. You're a fucking coward. And folks like Hakeem Jeffries need every single thing that comes out of their mouths to be means tested to hell and back, and to be signed off and co-signed by their corporate donors.
That's the whole reason we're in this fight right now. That's the whole reason the DHS is getting ready to shut down. That's
So
the whole
abolish
reason
ICE.
why
You agree with me and Joy. Abolish ICE.
Listen, I'm going to use the language that I want to use. You can use the language that you want to use. And the language that I'm using right now relates to these type of bold, meaningful, dramatic changes that are designed to save lives right now in communities that look like the ones that I represent.
I would love to know what utility he thinks he would lose by just saying abolish ICE. What is he defending by not saying it? Is the question I have. I still end to ask you, sack of shit in the suit. Indeed, Knight of Ticking Armor. Indeed.
And that's the goal.
So let me ask you this. Yeah. And I hear what you're saying.
Every single Democrat together in the House and in the Senate is what we're trying to do to give us the best shot to win this fight right now while we're in the minority.
My question, though, is more about...
Oh, we want to win this fight right now while we're in the minority. You're the minority leader. Part of your job is to chart a course forward, not just in being purely responsive to your current circumstances. Your job is to have a plan to where you want to take us. And if your vision is just fascism but slightly less bad, then that's not a good vision to follow. God, I fucking hate Chuck Schumer, and I fucking hate Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, I wonder how much money Hakeem Jeffries gets from private prisons. Just out of curiosity, I wonder Hakeem Jeffries private prison donors. Oh, Hakeem Jeffries has gotten $20, according to Open Secrets from the for-profit prison lobby. That's not very much. I'm kind of curious how he got $20 from the for-profit prison lobby. To be honest with you, that's a fucking silly amount of money to receive. 20 American dollar dues, indeed. God. Okay, he's got Lockheed Martin on lock. Cool. And APAC. APAC is by far his biggest donor. Holy shit. APAC gave him almost like $900,000. He got $866,550 from APAC in the 2023 to 2024 cycle. That's nuts. He doesn't even say defund ICE. No, of course not. What he says is, like, I don't know, let's put some body cameras on them. That'll stop them. We all know that when ICE is on camera, they can't do crimes. Like, fuck. He's so inexpensive, right? It was a crisp $20, indeed. We live in such a time, y'all. The only way we can make progress going forward, and the only way we can actually achieve the justice that we require, is by getting organized. You know, the arc of history bends towards justice, but we need to get organized so that we can bend it, all right? It does not just bend on its own towards justice. We do not just get people like Hakeem Jeffries out of power by simply waiting. Because if we simply wait, then the people and the forces that formed Hakeem Jeffries in the first place simply form another one. Okay? What is required is that we all show up on our local levels and we start going to meetings and we start investing a little bit of our time and a little bit of our effort in real world organizing locally. And then we start building up from there. Because when we do that, when we get involved in our communities, when we bring others together in our communities, that's where we find actual power, actual change, actual movement, and the actual ability to defend one another in these kinds of times. And if enough of us do that, then we can connect together and we can fight together, not just in our hometowns, not just in our home, metropolitan areas, not just in our home states, but every damn place. And that is what is required of us to meet the moment. To meet the moment, we need to be doing more. And so, folks, I'm imploring you now, go to your local Democratic meetings. Go to your local DSA meetings. Call your elected officials. Let them know what you want them to do. They might not always do it, but they do need to be reminded what they need to do. And folks, if you need help getting involved for the first time, you need help being talked through, going to your first meeting, whatever, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA and making them more effective, and join our Discord to reach out to Dragonfly to learn how to contact your local Dems, because sometimes it can be kind of difficult to figure out how to get involved, but Dragonfly knows the ins and outs, and Dragonfly can also give you a ton of great tips on how to make your local Democrats more progressive and stop any kind of candidate like Hakeem Jeffries from rising to prominence ever again. All right? We can, when we work together, make sure we get better candidates. We can, in fact, make sure we get better policies. We can keep one another safe. And that's what I'm asking for you guys. We need to put an end to ICE being able to build any kind of facility anywhere. We need to end the ability of ICE to be able to collaborate with local law enforcement. We need to be able to harbor that power and use it constructively. And that requires a great deal of communication that often happens in meetings. I know it's not the flashiest thing. I know it's not the most interesting thing all the time, but showing up to meetings is genuinely one of the best ways that you can get involved and help keep you and the people you love and the communities you love safe. So let's do the hard work. And if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. How are you getting involved in your communities? I would love to know. I do in fact read the comments. So let me know what you are doing in your communities, because I love it. It gives me life when I hear you guys are actually taking action and I'm not just screaming into the void. And also, please consider supporting the show. Subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People love it. It fits really well. It's very comfy and cozy and sexy. And also, my partner started it because she loves me and we couldn't find lingerie that fit right. And you know what? Turns out a lot of folks like you perhaps might have trouble with that as well. So check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof. Elected Democrats genuinely don't seem to grasp how angry their base is. Like it just is static to them. Yeah, our town hall was at capacity twice over. They had to turn people away. So many people showed up. Damn, that's wonderful. That's what I like to see. I'm remoting into my first DSA meeting this weekend. Fuck yeah, Masked Songbird. I'll be on sabbatical from work soon, and we'll make in-person stuff way more doable for the next month. Excited to get to work. Hell yeah. Oof. Just came in from another channel. How is this? I do not turn the other cheek. I want revenge. I don't understand exactly the point you're trying to make, but that's all good. I do support old punks who fight for human rights, though. That's cool as fuck. Yeah, it's a very cute story. I think so, too. I love my partner.
Bring in.
Ooh. Also, Wajad Ali. I didn't realize he had his own like YouTube. I'm gonna subscribe to that. Thank you, Amber Brains. Jeffries on the 8th.
There's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans, and we're seeing that right now. I know some people like to project otherwise. How one can see the horrors of what has been inflicted on the American people since January 20th of last year and conclude otherwise, or want to try to suggest that there's no difference in one's quality of life. When I go to Bedford-Stuyvesant or Brownsville or East New York or Canarsie or the West End of Coney Island, people know that their life is being made markedly worse because of who's in office right now, both in the White House and the House.
Well, Representative, respectfully,
and we're determined to do something about
just
that.
Just a quick follow-up. So that means, will you stop taking money from AIPAC?
I'm going to continue to raise money in the same way that I've been raising it, where the average contribution from millions of people.
Can you pause it?
Across the country.
Because I want to replay that again. He got mad.
You can't get defensive.
He's not.
I've never seen him lose his cool like that, honestly.
I mean, he's in an untenable position because the only reason he is there, the only reason that the Democrats, a party that's struggling to appeal to much of the country, has two leaders of the country from fucking New York is because their proximity to money.
Fundraising, exactly right. So the idea that he's acting like he is a grassroots fundraiser. I mean, the mover and shaker in the party is AOC. On grassroots fundraising, there's no question, and that's why she's been able to kind of like get some buy-in from guys like Jeffries, because Otherwise, this is what he's good for.
There's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans, and we're seeing that right now. I know some people like to project otherwise. How one can see the horrors of what has been inflicted on the American people since January 20th of last year and conclude otherwise, or want to try to suggest that there's no difference in one's quality of life. When I go to Bedford-Stuyvesant or Brownsville or East New York or Canarsie or the West End of Coney Island, people know that their life is being made markedly worse because of who's in office right now.
God. We all love Emma, don't we? The Emma-jority report. Whew. Also, I like Brian. Brian's their new producer. Brian's been great on the show. I feel like they I don't know. I think the shows really come together. They're all fun. They are all fun. I like the new dynamic between all of them, you know? I like Matt. I like Matt being sassy and full of knowledge, full of his book learning. I like Brian and his like silly knowledge base of like old-timey movies and shows. I enjoy that. I like Sam Cedar being a slightly out of touch Gen Xer. It's fun. It's a fun dynamic, and then Emma kind of holds it all together. Right? It's a good combo. And yeah, I like Brandon too. I like Brandon. I like I like everyone who's on the Majority Report, to be honest with you. Mind shouting out the Majority Report's ice whistles? Yeah, folks, you can go buy the Majority Report merch. Go buy their ice whistles. Here's the link in the other chats. That is a really long link. I'm not going to link that in the other chats. I'm going to... There we go. There we go. That's much better. There you go. There you go. Oh yeah, no, Cara Calico, Gavin Newsom is terrible. Luckily, we're really far out from the election, and basically anything could torpedo his chances between now and then. So I'm not going to worry about it until we're much closer to the election, because we already have so much to worry about. Well, folks, we've been going for about 6 hours, believe it or not. I am going to go hit the old dusty trail because it's 4 o'clock in the morning. The Dono Ghost is coming for my bones. And I'm exhausted. People are attacking Hassan over Newsom. It's too soon to fight over it. It really is. It's silly. It's silly to be talking about it. I talked about AOC running for president just because I thought it was an interesting question and I hadn't thought she would. And now I think that she might be positioning herself to do so, and that's interesting. But that isn't like a full assessment of her strength as a candidate. She hasn't even tossed her hat in the ring yet, you know? See the sunrise like a real woman? No. Jaeger Larson, thank you for gifting a sub to Rhyme Jack. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Are we ready for the president answer? I hope so. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. And Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $10 tip over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, folks. Y'all keeping me going 6 hours every day in the content mines. Pretty soon, I'm going to need all those donos to cover my content mine lung. The content lung is a dangerous and deadly illness. I just start coughing out little guys. Just little conservative guys. Possum of
This one gave me brain damage, but thank you.
I'm sorry about the brain damage. I am going to try to do less brain... No, that's not true. I was about to say I'm going to try and do less brain damage tomorrow, but it's very possible that I will give you guys more brain damage tomorrow. And I do apologize for that, because after we hit our sub goal, I do have the next one lined up. And it's a bit of a doozy, to say the least. Sorry. I'm gonna go pass out, but I will see you all tomorrow, probably much earlier than you guys are used to seeing me. Please no more what if alt history. Well, so one, we do have content coming up that requires what if alt history, largely because of his association with the guy that wrote the network state. But there's some other stuff we got to cover too. The thing I was just talking about prior to this was not related to what if alt history, but I still think a lot of you are going to suffer immensely in a way that maybe you guys like. I don't know. When is the next Holy Mac? I would like to do Holy Mac tomorrow. I would like to do that tomorrow. All right. All that being said, good night, lovelies. I will see you all tomorrow.